Good morning, my lovely friends. It is Sunday. Welcome to Sunday Sewing Street. It is wonderful to have your company. What a day, what a day. I've got to make a little shout out actually. It's my husband Charlie's birthday. Happy birthday, Charlie. It's also Left-Handers Day and interestingly, Charlie is left-handed. It's also National Prosecco Day and I do indeed have Prosecco for later. So I mean, talk about worlds colliding and everything coming together at just the right moment. Talking of which, we've got the most stonking day coming up, which starts as always with our early bird. Now our early bird really does fit a bit of a theme that we've got going on today. There's a lot about bag making today, which you know I'm absolutely there for 100%. So we have got a collection of 4 different cotton canvases. These are so stylish. These are Moda cotton canvas, and Moda occasionally do a cotton canvas, and it's always this sort of black and almost like sort of seeded natural cotton style, which I just think are wonderfully modern, stylish, very elegant. Now our deal today is for 4.5 meters. You are not going to pay £35.96. Let me just tell you that. Let's see what you are going to pay. This is 4.5 meters Moda Think Ink. Oh, that's fab. £7 saving, £26.96. This is Moda. Now, let me show you. So first of all, as I say, it's cotton canvas. Width-wise, it is 44 inches wide. It is beautiful, 100% cotton. It is sturdier than regular quilt weight cotton because it is a cotton canvas, but it's not sort of thick and heavy. It's not like a tapestry, so it is still easy to sew and sort of quite light, but it is a firmer weight than regular quilt weight cotton. All of the designs have got a little bit of gold overprinting in them as well. So you've got 0.5 meter of this black print. Oh, we are quite limited already. Okay, didn't have a massive stock to start with, but it's already been very busy. That's beautiful, isn't it? That's the sort of seeded natural cotton background, and then overprinted with those little black. It's almost like little blackberries, aren't they? And then you've got that little dot of gold, and then oh, I love this one. You've got 0.5 meter of this black print. It's fabulous, isn't it? With lots of little gold dots printed through. Beautifully abstract, isn't it? And then you've got the same print on the natural seeded cotton. I think that one might be my favourite. But I suppose what I would do personally, okay, is I would probably do, you know, like tote bags or satchels or whatever, and I'd probably do something like that kind of arrangement. Do you know what I mean? So a little band at the top, main bag in that, and then I would flip it and do main bag in that, bottom in that. I reckon out of these 0.5 meters you'd get probably 6 bags. 6 bags out of the 4.5 meters. Absolutely gorgeous. We've loads to get through this morning. Before we look at the menu, I do just want to very, very quickly revisit the green machine. The green machine, because we launched the green machine yesterday and it was so phenomenally successful, but some of you may not have been watching yesterday, and I just want to give you a very, very quick overview. So yesterday we launched the green machine, which is this right here. Now £149.99 is for a mega bundle, and let me tell you quickly what your green machine is for is it is a, really professional press. You put dies in here and you can punch holes. You can then use rivets. You can apply grommets. You can apply rings, magnetic snaps, jeans buttons. There's over 40 different things you can put through this machine. Now, the only mega bundle we've got left is the gold, and within that you get your green machine, you get your hole punch, and then you get 100 rivets in gold, you get 100 S-spring snap fasteners, and 10, you get 10 gold, 100 rivets, 10 S-spring snap fasteners, and 10 magnetic snaps, like bag closures, plus all the dies that fit them. Now, everything else we've put on the web, okay? So if you want to grab your green machine and you didn't get one yesterday, I know my father-in-law managed to get one yesterday, which is absolutely fab. Sandi, our guest today, missed out yesterday, but Sandi, if you're watching in the green room, there is a chance today. So that's the green machine. Let's have a look at the menu and then let's get started. So, first off, we've got bag making hardware. So all those beautiful bag making bits, oh, you are going to love it, and we are going to be so busy. At 9 o'clock, Sandi Millichip Massocchi is my guest today, and we'll be launching her brand new bag. It's called the Cavatelli Slouch bag, which is absolutely beautiful. At 10 o'clock, we've got bag making fabrics, and we've also got 25 meter bolts of calico in the hour. At 11 o'clock, Sandi is back with her vintage Christmas pinny and oven glove set. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got fabric panels and kits that you will love. Busy day. We'll have a quick look at the website, www.sewingstreet.com. You can watch live there. You can send us messages. And then you can also see our show deals. That's everything we've played, and also what's coming up on today's show. So what we used to call pre-order, you'll find it there. Loads and loads of bag making bits. Oh, we are going to be super busy with that. Super busy. We've got bag handles, we've got D-rings, we've got rectangular rings, strap sliders, buckles, magnetic fasteners. We've got some fabulous new faux leather tassels, which are gorgeous. Absolutely loads. And look at the value. Leather buckles, magnetic buckles for £4.99. Absolutely brilliant value. Look at those faux leather straps with rivets, £8.99 a pair. Absolutely brill. Few good mornings to say. Heather, morning, Stuart, Sally and team. Sandra and team managed to order the Christmas pudding vintage pinny kit. I'm making it for my mum for Christmas. That's gorgeous. Patricia's got in touch. Pat, morning. Stuart, love you from Blackpool. Love to you as well, my love. Christine's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart Hillard. Gorgeous Stuart Hillard, in fact. Happy Sunday. Love the early bird. Me too. Heather says, morning, Stuart, Sandy and the team. Managed to get the Christmas pudding vintage pinny. I am making it for my mum. Lots of you coming in for the Christmas vintage aprons. Let's get started. I'm going to grab this. Let's go. Right. So we're going to launch straight in to our bag making. Now, I want to give you a quick overview because I think for a lot of this, you might want to jump on the web and order exactly what you want and need. Let me just give you a quick overview. So, we have got, first of all, I've got my metalware. I've got my hardware for bag making. I have got silver, gold, rainbow, aurora borealis, and I've got antique brass or bronze effect. Now, in each of those, I've got the same things. I've got a 1.5 inch aperture strap slider, a 1 inch aperture strap slider. I've got 1.5 inch rectangular rings. They come in pairs. I've got 1 inch aperture, same. I've got 1 inch aperture D-rings. I've got lobster clasps. These come singly. 1.5 inch aperture, 1 inch. Those again, silver, gold, antique bronze, and rainbow aurora borealis. Okay, I've also got other fabulous stuff which we'll get to in a sec, but let's hone in on the metalware first of all. Now I'm going to grab the Rainbow Aurora Borealis first, and let's launch straight in. Now I'm going to start with the lobster clasps. If I just grab my borrow bag and show you where I've used these. So to make a removable shoulder strap, okay, you combine a couple of these. These are the 1.5 inch aperture lobster clasps, okay, and you combine that with the D-rings, and the D-ring really doesn't matter. The size of the D-ring doesn't matter. These are 1 inch aperture, but it doesn't matter because those lobster clasps just clip in, and then they will always bring that shoulder strap back to center. Now these lobster clasps, we're looking at the 1.5 inch aperture, £2.79 each. Absolutely gorgeous quality, heavy duty, really, really classy. These look beautiful with things like blacks, blues, darker fabrics. Light fabrics too, actually. They just seem to reflect every colour around them. They're that sort of oil on water. Look really nice with like Tula or Kaif. Absolutely beautiful. Lots and lots of these in baskets. So this is the 1.5 inch aperture. Okay, now I've also got the 1 inch aperture. Now just to show you, it is a different colour, but just to show you on the borrow bag, I didn't have the 1.5 inch available when I made this bag, so I actually used the 1 inch version instead in gold, and it still worked really nicely with a 1.5 inch strap. You can see obviously it is slightly gathered in, but it still works really nicely. Now mostly we're going to use these lobster clasps on removable straps and handles. For example, you could have on a say a tote bag, you could have your main handle on the front, you could have a couple of D-ring attachments on the sides, and then just tuck a shoulder strap inside the bag so you can clip it on whenever you want it. But another way that you can use these lobster clasps is as a closure for a bag. So all you would do, if you have a look at the front of the bag here, forget this, okay, you would have a little strap coming up from the bottom, yeah, little strap coming up from the bottom with a ring attached, another strap with one of these attached on the top, and then you would clip it in there just to close the flap. Okay, so that's the 1 inch aperture. Right, next up, let's do strap sliders. So we'll start off with 1.5 inch. So again, on my borrow bag, I've used the 1.5 inch strap slider, okay, to create an adjustable shoulder strap. Very easy to fit, £2.29. This is going to fit a 1.5 inch strap. So you'll start off with a 2 inch wide strip of fabric, 1/4 inch seam allowances to make your strap 1.5 inches wide. It's going to fit perfectly. You're also going to use this with your 38mm webbing straps. We've also got that in a 1 inch aperture. So these are sold singly. 1 inch aperture, so use this with 1 inch wide webbing. So for example, here's some 1 inch webbing. You can see how gorgeous that looks against black. Beautiful. Very, very easy to use. Right, next up, rectangular rings. So rectangular rings, this is what you're going to use when you have a fixed strap. These are 1.5 inch wide aperture. So this is for a fixed shoulder strap. So for example, your webbing's going to go through like this, okay? And then this will get fixed into the side seam of a bag, for example, okay? Don't use these with lobster clasps, by the way. And I'll show you why, because that is where it'll want to center, you see. You want a D-ring for for those. They've all got their place. But if you bought the green machine, just imagine that with a couple of nice rivets or one nice rivet in the centre. Really classy. Absolutely gorgeous. You get twos. You get those in twos for £2.99. Then I've got the same thing, but in a 1-inch finish. Okay, so again, 2 Aurora Borealis or Rainbow. These are, essentially, they look almost square. They're a 1-inch aperture. So same again as before. They fit your 1-inch webbing or 1-inch straps. Get 2 for the money. Last of all, we've got our D-rings. So this is what you're going to use, for example, with your lobster clasps or your, kind of dog lead clips. You'd also use, this is 1-inch aperture, you'd also use these for something like an apron. So you'd use 2 together, like that, with your adjustable neck strap to go through to lock it. So you can also use 2 together as a nice closure on a bag. Absolutely fab. Morning. We've got a message. Good morning to you all. Stuart, what's your angel policy? Love your bags, so do my friends. Okay, so Jill, if we're talking about angel policy for like my books, my patterns, that kind of thing, absolutely you can make and sell for profit, for charity, whatever you want to do, up to 300 of any particular bag. That is simply put on so that, a factory doesn't come along and say, hey, let's manufacture this and make 1,000. But yeah, you're absolutely fine to do that. If it's what's the angel policy with using the metalware, then absolutely you are free to make and sell as many as you like. Okay, so that's the Aurora Borealis or Rainbow. Let's do antique bronze next. Okay, so we'll give you the details, but I'll fly through now. So we've got our 1.5-inch aperture strap slider or buckle. We'll pop the details on screen. The graphics are a bit slow today, bear with us. If you want to just jump ahead onto the website, you know what they do now. These are £179. Absolutely amazing price, £179. You get 1 strap slider. Now, I never ever buy 1 of these things, personally, because actually, even if you make, 2 or 3 bags a year, you need between 3 and 6, sometimes more of each thing. So multi-buy while you see them. Okay, so that's our 1.5-inch strap slider. Our 1-inch strap slider is next. So again, there's your 1-inch. Gorgeous. The antique bronze looks really good actually with almost everything. If nothing else, go antique bronze. Lobster, 1.5-inch aperture. So anything you want to be removable or adjustable. So bag flap, clasp, removable shoulder strap, removable handles. 1-inch aperture this time. Again in the antique bronze. Hurrah! Yeah, and again, think about if you've got the green machine, using those bronze rivets to attach that. Just gorgeous, professional results. It really elevates a bag, having good metalware on it, good hardware. Right, next up, rectangular rings, 1.5-inch aperture. So if you're making anything like my essential messenger bag or my attaché bag, you'll need 2 of these for 1 bag. This is how you attach your shoulder straps. And then 1-inch. And generally speaking, the larger the bag, the larger the metalware, the smaller the bag, use smaller, a bit daintier, unless you really want it to sort of make a statement. And then D-rings, you get them in pairs. You get a pair for £1.99. Everything's very, very busy. Brilliant. Okay, right. Silver. Silver. Silver bells. Brr, brr, brr. Brr, 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 brr. That's Santa Claus buckle, isn't it? Yeah. Gorgeous, nice sort of shiny silver, gorgeous. Again, silver's a good one because it always kind of reflects the other colours that it's with, cooler colours, pastels. Pastels, that's 1.5 inch aperture. 1 inch aperture. 1 inch aperture. There we go. 1.5 inch lobster clasp. Again, come in singles. Again, it's really these things that make the bag. They add such a professional touch. 1 inch now. 1 inch. I like to put one of these on a little bit of webbing or a little bit of extra strapping. I like to put that in one of the seams inside the bag as a bunch of keys keeper. I'll show you what I mean in, I think it's in this bag. Let me just show you. So like this. So it's just inserted into that seam so that you can clip your keys onto that and you won't lose them. That's the 1 inch aperture. Yeah, works really well. Right, so that's that. Rectangular rings. 2 silver, 1.5 inch aperture, 229. So less than 115 each. Excellent value, really good value. Morning, by the way, to Catherine, who says morning, everyone, and to Patsy, who says morning, gorgeous Stuart, and you wonderful folk at Sewing Street. Well, lovely message, thank you. Oh, you've tickled the gallery, they're all thrilled with that. Thank you, Patsy. 1 inch aperture, rectangular rings. Very, very nice, those. Again, you get 2. There they are, 199. 199 for 2 25mm or 1 inch aperture silver coloured loops. And then last one in that colour way is silver D-rings, 1 inch aperture. So again, just to give you a sense of how that webbing looks. So again, on a bag, you know, you might have this kind of arrangement to either close a bag or to attach a shoulder strap. All right, smashing. That's silver. Right, last of all, we've got the gold. Now, I'm just going to grab my borrow bag just to show you. So I used all gold hardware on this bag. So I've got my strap slider, I've got my lobster clasps, my rings, and this is coming right up in just a second. Okay, so here we go. So we'll start off lobster clasps, 1.5 inch first, in gold colour. Really lovely, heavy duty, really nice quality actually, these, beautiful quality. 38mm or 1.5 inch aperture for 229. 1 inch aperture. These are a great price too. When I was writing Bags for Life, I bought a load of, I mean, really lovely metalware, but it was so expensive. It was like £4 for one of those, you know, it was really expensive. Okay, rectangular ring, 1.5 inch aperture. Oh, lovely. So there's your webbing. Yeah, it's nice webbing, isn't it? Look at that. Gorgeous. And when you come to do an adjustable strap slider, you just go round the back and through and attach strap to strap. So this would be through your other ring, but there's your adjustable strap slider. They're very easy to do. They're very easy to do. Right, that's that. 1 inch version. There we go, 1 inch version in gold. There it is, $149. It's a great price, isn't it? Ooh! Christine's message in to say, Stuart Hillard, you didn't just say Alexa, did you? Because mine has just added something to my shopping bag. How could that have happened? Christine, you need these things. Right, rectangular rings. You get 2 in a pack. You get 2 in a pack. So these are the gold rectangular rings, 1.5 inch aperture. These are the size I use most for things like messenger bags and attaché bags, that sort of thing, big shopping bags. Also really nice if you're doing something like a shopping bag, you know, and you want handles on the front of the bag, like to have like 1, 2, yeah, and then have another bit of webbing to attach them to the front of the bag. So that in that case you'd need 4 of these for a bag. Okay, 1 inch aperture. 1 inch aperture in the gold colour. And last of all, 1 inch D-rings. Sorry for all the metallic scraping on the table. It's, oh yeah, gorgeous. There we go. Right, that's that. Okay, right then, shall I grab the buckles? Let's do the buckles. These are the ones we've had before. Let me show you these first of all. So these are the colours that we've got. So for example, on this borrow bag here, I've used the tan, okay, and they're 2 parts. So you've got your magnet here, so you just hand stitch it. The holes are all punched and you just use a back stitch, or you can do a running stitch and then do a second running stitch, or you could do a saddle stitch to attach it. And then your other half here has your other half of the lock already attached. This is the bit you sew, and again these holes are already punched for you, so you just position that on the flap and hand sew it in place, and that's that. And doesn't it add such a professional finish? They are essential for bag makers. Let's start with the tan. Now if you were doing a larger bag, something like a messenger that was about 12 inches, 15 inches wide, you'd want 2 of these on a bag. But $4.99, these are real leather. They're absolutely gorgeous. Now for the plastic faux leather ones that I used when I was writing Bags for Life, they were another brand. I think they were Prim, and they were $11.99 each. And that's faux leather, and they were $11.99 each. Well, it's a lot of money, isn't it? When you think about you need 2 for a bag. Yeah. It's fab quality. Fabulous quality. Yeah. Yeah, and one added to a bag just makes such a professional finish. It really finishes the bag off beautifully. And very, very easy to attach. Very easy. I tend to use, to hold it in place, I tend to use my quilter's clips. I'll put a couple of the larger quilter clips just to hold it in place. Or you can put a bit of double-sided sticky tape on the back. We're having real problems with our graphics this morning. I'm so sorry. The graphics have just crashed, so we just need to reset that. Did we manage to get the tan on screen? Okay, ace. But you can see what I mean about having like two. Obviously, you wouldn't have them that close together, but on a wider pocket. Or if you're doing something like a rucksack, where you might have a pocket on the front and maybe two pockets either side, this would just add a gorgeous finish to a bag like that. So love the tan. These are definitely things to stash. Definitely things to stash. Now, can we do the black next, please? So on the blue borrow bag, we've got this panel coming up actually. I used the black. So there's the black. Now we do also have a navy, which would have looked great too. We also have a dark brown. I mean, all I want to say about that is I don't get too hung up about the colour, because actually you can have it as a contrast, you can blend, it can kind of, you know, but you want to make a statement. Jane from Suffolk asks, morning Stuart, what thread would you use to sew on the snap buckles, please? Brilliant question, thank you. Well, there's a few different options. You can use hand quilting thread, which is already waxed. 2 strands of that makes a nice strong hold. Linen thread also works really well. You can use cotton pearl or embroidery thread. And I've got some embroidery threads on the show actually. And you can use a couple of strands of that, and that works really well. Or you can even just use 2 strands of regular sewing thread. But if you've got thread conditioner, beeswax, something like that, just run it through just to strengthen the thread up, and that will work great. So we've got the black buckle, black magnetic buckle, £4.99. It's real leather. You've got your magnets already installed. Easy peasy. What I tend to do is I sew on to the flap first of all, and then when the bag's all made up, you know, you can then find exactly the right position. I put a little bit of, like, you know, the blue water erasable fabric pens, they're almost like a felt tip. I colour that in, and then I press it onto the fabric, and it gives me a little dot just to help me centre this part. All right, that's a top tip. There you go. So that's the black one. Right, next up, let's do navy. In the navy. In the navy. It's been the most popular colourway. I mean, for my borrow bag, it wouldn't really matter which colourway you had gone for. Okay, the navy would work on either. Gorgeous. Really nice, really smart, isn't it? Real leather, beautiful finish, super easy to apply as well. Right, dark brown, like a deep espresso brown. Sandra's messaged in to say, good morning, lovely Stuart, and the Sunday clan from sunny Glasgow. Still sunny, gorgeous. Gorgeous. These are all teamed with that kind of antique bronze metal. Don't feel restricted by that, you know. You can still use your silver metalware, your AB metalware. It doesn't matter. They still look terrific. Okay, cherry red. Cherry red. So if you wanted a bit of contrast to your bag, beautiful. Again, 2 parts, and you can see the holes are already punched. And then, last of all, I've got that beautiful Kelly green. Yeah, it's a fun colour, that, isn't it? I think, you know, even if you're making quite a conservative bag, pop that on and it's a bit of fun, isn't it? Right, a bright orange PU bag lined with that. Oh yeah, nice. Lovely, I like that. I think that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Look, everyone's individual, aren't they? Right, I've got some new locks. Look at these. Look at these. Now, these have been very, very popular. Been flying out. Absolutely flying out. I'm just going to grab one of my bags just to show you how this would work. Okay, so we've got to try and ignore the strap that's already there. Let's go with tan to start with. So rather than a magnetic lock, this is that very traditional sort of push lock, okay, that clips in. Absolutely gorgeous, and it's a nice secure lock there. Okay, so this is how it would fit on the bag. Now, on a short flap like this, I would go with a longer, but most flaps are longer than that. So this would sit somewhere here on the bag. Okay, and it's exactly the same as before. You've got one with this half here, you're going to sew to your flap, and you just want to make sure that this clears the bottom edge of your bag. And then once it's on, then you'll be able to place exactly, so snap the two halves together, and then you know exactly where to sew. So once you've placed it, you can remove that section. You've got it in the right place. A little bit of double-sided tape on the back to hold it in place, and then stitch it down. Gorgeous, isn't it? For £4.99, very, very popular. This is brand new. We've not had these before. Aren't they fab? I definitely want to get a few of these because I don't know how long it'll take. It's taken about 6 weeks, 8 weeks probably since we had the stock in before to restock. So this isn't something we can just get back in for next week. Pure. This is real leather as well. Excuse me. Right, chocolate brown. Chocolate brown. Now, don't forget to check out your baskets. Don't forget to check out your baskets. Lots and lots of these in baskets, but I think what's happening is everyone wants to see everything that we've got, so you can check out once. But don't forget, you can check out multiple times. You only pay 1 P&P. So this is the chocolate brown. Same thing. Little push lock. Nice and secure. Two of these on the front of like an attaché bag would be absolutely gorgeous, wouldn't it? Side by side. And actually two of these is still, and this is real leather, two of these are still less than the price, £2 less than the price than I paid for one plastic lock. That's the chocolate brown. Loads and loads of those in baskets. Very useful colour as well, aren't they? The tan and the chocolate brown. Another really useful colour is the black. Can't go wrong with that. Oh, it's been the most popular. Yeah. Can't go wrong. I'm actually just going to grab a bit of fabric from our early bird, because I'm just thinking, you know, imagine a nice little bag, you know, something like that, just a nice little bag. Look at that. And then perhaps I've got these coming up. Oh, with the rivets. And all of a sudden, a bit of fabric has turned into a bag that looks like, oh my goodness, where did you buy that? It's like, didn't buy it, I made that. Yeah, it's just those little bits, isn't it, that you add them on, and they're simple, quick. They take no time at all to apply, and suddenly you've got something which looks, you know, so desirable, so designer. There's nearly 100 of these in baskets. Make sure you check out, please, otherwise you're going to miss out on those. Last one I've got, last colourway, is the cherry red. The red. And again, you know, if you want to add a little pop of colour to something that's quite neutral, you absolutely, look, just a little pop of colour. And then you could add a little bit of top stitching in the red. Yeah? So again, you can just team it with a bit of top stitching or a button or something like that, or some kind of little embellishment, a little bit of trim, and tie it all together. Oh, Lisa Lamb's messaging say, morning Stuart, I would put pale gold PU with the Kelly green leather fastener. Boom! Love that. Love that. You've so outdone producer Ben. But you would. You know what you're talking about. Right, can we do... Oh, not that you don't, Ben. You know what I mean. Well, he doesn't really, but he tries. Let's do these handles. Now, we'll do black first because I just touched on that. Now, these are faux leather. These are faux leather. And you get 2 handles. If you came and saw me at Festival of Quilts, you'll have seen a bag I made using blue skies and nutmeg, and everybody wanted to know, where can I get the handles? Where can I get the handles? It just elevated a tote bag into something really quite special. So you get your 2 handles. Now, lengthwise, these are 28 inches long, each one. So on a tote bag, this is going to be certainly length enough to get it over your shoulder. Okay, you also get your rivets with this. Now, these rivets are ones that you push together. So you make a little hole, use something like a stiletto or a tailor's awl. The hole's already made in the handles, but you'll need to make little holes through your bag. And then push the post through the handle, through the bag. The little cap goes on the other side and they click together. And then what you want to do is just cover it, do it from the back, cover it with a little cloth, and then a light tap with a hammer. Just a light tap, just to sort of squish them together, but don't go bashing really heavy, otherwise you'll damage your rivet. But they create a fabulous look for £8.99. That's actually a bit less than I paid for mine. That's a great deal. Have you found some? Yeah, let's do a price comparison. Oh, yeah, this is the tuck block. £9.50. And ours are £4.99. Can't argue with that really, can you? Right, £8.99 for this. 2 handles. Your set of rivets, £8.99. Right, I've got that in tan. Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely tan. And that goes really nicely. Look, if I just put that against my borrow bag. So, for example, if you wanted to lose the flap, okay, and actually instead lose the shoulder strap and actually have... You're right, just go back a tiny bit, Charlie. I'll just show you what I mean. Yeah, so you've got your 2 handles on your bag. You know what I mean? That would look absolutely gorgeous, wouldn't it? And have it as like a shoulder bag. Easy to do. Faux leather with your rivets, 28 inches long each one. So nice and comfy over your shoulder. That's the tan. Right, I've also got chocolate brown. So a really nice deep dark brown. Let me show you these. Fab. Again, so 2 faux leather handles. The holes are already punched. So these aren't ones that you stitch down. You're going to use your rivets. So literally just poke a hole using something like, you know, a bradawl, an awl, a stiletto. The hole's already made here. Just push it through the bag and then push the rivets through. cover them with a cloth, and then just a light tap with a hammer, just to squish them together. Right, that's that. Now I've got something else new to show you. Love these. So, I've got a bundle of all 4 tassels. These add just a really lovely designer touch to a bag. These are, now this is a set of 4 for the price, £11.96. Absolutely love that. So now let me see, I've got my borrow bag with the brown. I think I'm going to pull this one, which is the tan with leopard print and gold metalware. So I'm just going to clip that onto the side. I just think that's a really lovely extra touch on the bag. It just adds that extra designer touch, doesn't it? Love that. It's really cute. I'm going to use the black one, I think, on this bag. Yeah. Nice, huh? And there we go. Just adds a little designer touch to the bag. Fab, aren't they? Brilliant price as well. You're paying £11.96. You're getting all 4. So you get the black, the tan with leopard print, the turquoise, and this soft peachy pink. Now, if you're looking at these thinking leopard print all forever, that's all I need that, but I need lots, we can do them on their own. So let's do individuals. We'll start with the leopard print, £3.49. Oh, now I've had a message from Judy who says, first time on here, you have just popped up in my feed. Do you post your items to Australia? Love your presentation. Good luck for your programme, Sewing Street. Thank you, Judy. That's lovely. Funnily enough, we were talking about, we post to over 20 countries. So we will just do a quick bit of research, Judy, and I will let you know. Jan says, morning, Stuart, and everyone. Morning, lovely. If not, Judy, I'll just have to bring it over myself. I'll bring it to you. Any excuse. 3. Oh, we do. Yes, we do, Judy. We do post to Australia. So when you check out, you'll be able to see the international options. Fab. Okay, that's that one. Should we do black? Let's do black. These would also go really nicely, actually, if you're making key rings. So you could attach that to a lobster clasp and create your own key ring. Yeah, really nice. Gorgeous. Turquoise. Yeah, we apologise if we're not showing all the messages, by the way. We're just poor Ben's having to cope with quite a few issues this morning with graphics. So that's why they're a little bit slow as well. This is the turquoise. Gorgeous that, isn't it? $3.49. Love it. Oh, Judy says, many thanks. And you're more than welcome. Don't give me an excuse to hop on a flight, Judy. Whereabouts in Australia are you? I've visited lots and lots of different parts of Australia. I love it all. Next one is beautiful, sort of dusky pink, like an antique pink. It's beautiful. That would look really nice with cream PU or tan. Very nice. So navy. We'll get those graphics up for you in just a sec. Oh, technology is great when it works, isn't it? Oh, the graphics have crashed again. We're challenged. Do you know, we were only saying yesterday, it only happens at the weekend. It only happens at the weekend. Is this nude? Is it nude? Oh, blush pink. Blush pink. Nude would make me blush. A blush pink. Gorgeous, that's that one. And don't forget as well, you can get the set of all four, £11.96. £11.96. Okay, right, that's that. Now, I mentioned earlier on that we've got some embroidery floss, which is very, very good for sewing on your leather straps, your leather buckles, things like that, your snap blocks as well. Are they all individual? Okay. Well, I've got one ending 50. This is metallic black, which is rather stylish, isn't it? It's got a bit of a sheen and a shine to it. Ooh, that is nice. DMC, £1.99. And then I've got regular black DMC. And I would use 2 or 3 strands together. 2 or 3 strands together for that, £1.49. Next up, I've got the more sort of tobacco brown. So there's 2 different browns. There's no code on any of them, I'm afraid. This is more of a tan brown. So I would use this with the tan. Awesome, thank you. Ah, Judy, you're in Victoria, about 100 kilometres west of Melbourne. We've been told we are the coldest town in Victoria, or some say Australia. Oh, Judy, you're not selling it to me. My husband's cousins lived for many, many years on the Mornington Peninsula, and they've moved to a retirement village now, still in Victoria, but it's lovely. Right then, we've got that nice warm brown, kind of coffee brown, coffee. There it is, £1.49, DMC Moulin. Is that how you say it? Moulinet. Moulinet. Gorgeous. And then the red. There's no Kelly green, by the way. I'm just going to warn you. Sorry. Red. Red. Oh. And then we've got white. There it is. There's the white. Okay. Right, that's that. Now, shall we do the locks? Let's do some magnetic locks. Yeah, let's do thin. Okay, so normally we have one thickness. I'm just going to show you. This is the one we normally have. We have got this today. I'm just going to put these 2 parts together so you can see. So we get this one, which is, this is the silver, and this is the regular thickness. Yeah. Now what we've got today is we've got the thin version, which, look at that. So if I just show you them side by side, so there's your thin, there's your thicker one. So the thin one, absolutely fab if you're making something like a purse or a smaller project with a flatter profile where you want it to be a very sort of close, flat look. And also, look at that. Isn't that lovely? It's kind of etched. That is fancy. Gorgeous. So that's the thin silver, £1.99. So you get your 2 washers plus your 2 halves. Fab. Now I've also got that thin in gold. There's the gold, thin gold. So again, it's got that etched surface, which is really nice. £1.99 for the gold. And then I've got the regular thickness. So silver first. This one doesn't have the etched surface, it's smooth. And again, remember, you don't need any equipment to fit these. It's just a case of making little holes, pushing the prongs through, slipping the washer on the back, and then pushing these prongs outwards or inwards just to lock it in place. Regular thickness in gold. And actually, really, the only bit that varies is the female half, the innie half, that is thicker. The outie is the same sort of thin, it's the same on both, really. That's that. And then, we've not had these before, we've got gunmetal. And this is regular thickness, but this is gunmetal. Now this would work really, really nicely if you've gone for any of the rainbow Aurora Borealis metalware. That would look great. So that's your gunmetal, and that's in the regular thickness. There we go. Right, that's that. Two more items before we go to a break. I've got some webbing. Oh, stripy webbing sold out. Well done if you got that. But we do have some of the black. Now this is 1 inch wide, which is the equivalent of 25 mil. Thank you. Cut to order, and you're buying it in ½ metre increments. So that's what ½ metre looks like. So if you want 2½ metres, order 5 units. Steph's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. It's been wonderful to have you on these past few days. Thank you, Steph. That's lovely. Like being in the company of a friend. Have a good day. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, it's lovely to have all our sewing friends together here on Sewing Street. And isn't it brilliant as well? Judy's reminded us that we are international. All over the country, but also in Europe, in Australia, as far-flung as Australia. It is wonderful to have your company. We love our bags. We love our bag making. It's been a busy show. Now, we are going to go to a little break. While we're in break, do check out your baskets. There's lots and lots of those leather snap locks and those buckles and all that beautiful metalware sitting in baskets. So do check out during the break, and then you'll be ready for my first guest of the day. Oh, my special guest, Sandi Millichip Massocchi, after this.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy. But 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, Browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals. And message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Check this out. So this is a brand new project from Sandi, Millichip, Massocchi. Before we look at this, let's look at you. Hello.
Hello, Stuart. Good morning. Hi.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, absolutely fab. Thrilled to bits that you're on this morning.
Thank you
Love
so
our shows together.
We do.
Love, love, love this brand new bag.
Thank you.
The Cavatelli.
The Cavatelli Slouch bag.
Please explain.
Right, so it's sort of based on a sort of a dumpling style bag, which my daughter asked me to make. She said, please make me one of these like dumpling bags. I said, okay.
You're so on trend.
Absolutely. So because we've got a few like Italian roots with my husband, we were looking at the pastas and it reminded us as like the Cavatelli pasta. So we called it our Cavatelli because it's a real slouchy bag.
Yeah.
It's not got any sort of interfacing in it at all. So it's a lovely slouchy bag, but so handy to take out with you.
It's fab, isn't it? It's your travel bag. It's your pop into the shops. It's actually going on a night out bag as well, isn't it? Not that I do things like that anymore. I mean, a sling bag.
Yes.
A bit of a
bummy sort of bag.
With both in.
Bum.
But you know what I mean. It is absolutely gorgeous. I want one and need one. Sandi, you've done a good job. Love it. Let's look first of all at the pattern. So if you want pattern on its own, it's the Cavatelli Slouch bag from Family Comforts, Sandi Millichip Massocchi, who also happens to double up as the model. It's a lovely picture. Do you come with the pattern?
Unfortunately not. Well, maybe it's not.
Well,
no, I don't.
Sort of. You do though, don't you?
Yes, I do, because I'm always on hand. If anybody finds any problems with it at all, there's all my information in there on how to get in contact with me.
But so also just, you know, it's your voice behind the instructions.
Yes, yeah.
You know? So you've got your paper pattern pieces, all full size, so no photocopying and enlarging. It's all there full size. You've got gorgeous detailed instructions throughout for how to make. This is beautiful quality as well. Look at all that gallery of pictures to show you how to make your bag. Absolutely brilliant. beautifully put together. Really happy that we've got your patterns on air now. These are super. So the price is amazing too. £11. £11. On the nose, as they say. Oh, elf.
Yes.
It's fab. This would be, it's great for men and women. You could make this in so many different fabrics, couldn't you?
I put inside to do is like maybe a slouchy sort of fabric, but I mean you could make it in a faux leather.
Faux leather would be really, I was thinking that.
Would be lovely, really nice.
Or quilted PU.
Yes.
We've got that coming up actually.
Oh, yeah, that would be lovely.
Could you make it in cork?
You could.
And it wouldn't have the same slouchiness.
It wouldn't be the same slouch, but you could definitely make it in. I was going to make a sample in cork actually, because I thought it'd be quite nice in cork. Yes.
Or even just the gusset.
Just the gusset in it. Yes.
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Very versatile. Great in your quilt weight cottons. Great in needle cord or cord.
The canvas that you had this morning would be lovely in it.
Yeah,
really
cotton
nice.
canvas. Very nice. Remember, we do lovely plain solids, we do patterns, we do modern, we do floral. Yes. Could you make this in a tapestry fabric?
You could. It wouldn't have the slouch that this has got, but if you wanted it firmer, you could definitely make it in that.
Yeah. Fab. So many different options as well. It's been very popular. Very, very popular. Lots of you with this in your basket. Now, if you fancy the pattern but you want a fabric kit to go along with it, we've got you covered. We've got you covered. Should we start off with, let's do the navy. Let's go in the navy. So navy, always smart. This is the one you've got.
That's the one I've got on, yes.
So this is a jumbo cord. Would you call that a jumbo cord?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Jumbo cord, it's lovely. So you get 1/2 metre of the navy jumbo cord. You also get 1/2 metre of, this is a Jason Yenter print.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous. Really. So that's for your lining.
Yes, and also I use that one on the, so like the binding on it as
well.
Yeah,
so you've got like a piping cord.
Yes, I've got a piping cord. So the two other ones I've used just the outer fabric, but with this one I thought it looked really nice because that fabric just seems too good to hide inside.
Bit of contrast,
so, yes, I've done that, and then obviously it's inside with a little
can you make it without the piping cord if you want to?
Could, yes, yeah, I just thought it finished it off, but absolutely you could make it without, no problem at all. Nice
to mix and match that. You could have a little neon contrast.
You could, yes.
Nice. You could also, I suppose, make this bag in ripstop.
Well, you could, what I was going to say is you could line it in ripstop. So if you went on the beach and you wanted something to just pop your swimming costume and a pair of flip-flops in, you've got the ripstop inside it, you've been for a swim, pop them back in there.
What a great idea.
And you can just go off and that's all you need really. So you can pop your phone, your swimming costume, flip-flops in there.
Yeah.
Because it's bigger than you think, you can fit quite a lot in there.
Yeah. It's a really good size.
So, you can put all that in, and the ripstop I think would be lovely inside to line that with.
Gorgeous. Love that. So that's your kit. So you're getting the pattern, you're getting 1/2 metre of jumbo cord in navy, 1/2 metre of Jason Yenter quilt weight cotton for your lining and your piping covering for £24.99. Brilliant. Love that. We've also, just to mention, I'll show you properly in a second, but we've got this gorgeous faux leather strapping that you could team with that, or if you wanted a little bit of contrast, we've got a tan. So that's coming up. Yeah. So just keep that in mind when you're making your choices. So that's our blue version. Let's do pink next. So this is the version that I've got. Look at the price of this. This is the pink. Let me grab the... So there's your pink on the outside. And then let me just show you. There's your polka dot. So you could do a little contrast piping with that. Yeah. Sandy's used the needle cord. Wow, that's an amazing price. £19.99 for that.
That's really good. And you could probably make two, I think, out of the kit, maybe.
Could you?
Probably. Maybe.
Yeah.
If you sort of swap and change it around.
Yeah. That's amazing.
There's not very much fabric in it actually, so it's quite nice because they're quite a quick bag to make.
Yeah.
Doesn't take much fabric. You could use the polka dots on the cover straps as well at the side if you wanted the little triangular bits. So yeah, you could use polka dots on that one as well if you wanted.
Another opportunity for using your green machine to put a couple of nice rivets through
you could put
there.
some nice rivets in there as well. It'd be lovely with the rivets in. Beautiful.
And then another one just here as well.
Yep.
Very, very nice. I'm obsessed with that now. You get your pattern as well, of course. So many of these in baskets. 23 of you with this in your basket. Oh, now 25. It's getting very hot in here.
It is, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. That's awesome. Love that. It's such a stylish bag, such a useful bag. And I think whatever your age, men and women, it's just great. Great for holidays.
But you can make a couple for different outfits for your holidays. They'll fold up quite small. You can pop them in your suitcase and then you've got a different little bag for each time you go out.
That'd be fab. And the fact that there isn't any interfacing inside, they do squish down.
They squish down a lot, yes.
And then our third option, which I think might be my favourite. I just love this. This is a needle cord. Isn't that gorgeous? I absolutely love that with the hearts. And then you've got this gorgeous peach solid for your lining. You could do little covered piping cord in that if you wanted, or in the needle cord, plus your pattern. And again, look at the price, $19.99. If you wanted to buy other fabrics separately, because we've got some PUs later on, some quilted PUs, half a metre for the outer, half a metre for the lining.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I think I put a metre down on each one so that you can play around, especially with the binding, because you sometimes need a little bit bigger. But again, if you've got the two, you can decide which one you want and play around with the fabrics.
Fab. Gorgeous. Love that needle cord. It is super cute.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Isn't it lovely? I love that sort of plummy background as well. It's just gorgeous. Fab. Don't forget, if you want to get the pattern on its own, it's £11. And again, when you look at that, you know, I mean, a brilliant price, a bag you'll make again and again and again. But doesn't it show what amazing value our kits are?
Yes, yeah.
At $19.99 with fabrics and pattern. That's right, isn't it, Ben? You get the pattern and the fabrics in our bundles.
That's really good,
isn't it?
It's really,
I had to check that because I was thinking, but like, there's a metre of fabric.
The cord's lovely as well, isn't it? Beautiful fabric.
Amazing, amazing. Really good value. Very, very busy. Now, before we look at anything else, I think we should get to demo if you're ready, Sandi.
Yes, I'm all ready.
Let me come and join you.
Lovely.
So where do we get started?
Right, so we cut out our pieces and there's a little sheet in the pattern as well with all your little label pieces on it, so that you sort of, it works out when you cut it, you know exactly that you cut the right pieces out, and also if you cut it out and then leave it, you think, right, which piece was that? So they are quite self-explanatory and it's quite an easy bag to do. So I've started off with some binding. So I've cut out on the bias an inch strip of binding, so it gives it that stretch because there is that curve to it. Now I put just a bit of piping cord in it. You don't even need to put the piping cord in it. I don't think you could, you know, just use it as the binding
strip.
That's right, yes. And I'm so folded it over with pins, and I'm now going to just fold it round here. And I've always little bit over at the side and start pinning it on. So I like clips. I use a lot of clips, but I think for something like this, it just holds it a little bit better if you pin it. So I think there's a place for pins and a place for clips as well, isn't there?
Agreed, agreed.
And sometimes, because it's quite a floppy bag, if you need quite a lot of pins around there, and by the time you get it to the sewing machine, it's going to be quite heavy. So I've just pinned it round here. So we're going to pin it all the way around. It's a nice sort of simple bag to make in an afternoon, really. So if you are going on holiday, you could sort of make yourself a couple of bags up before you go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, like you said, you could team it with every outfit. This would be really nice done in denim as well.
Well, I put in the pattern, you know, like a really nice soft, stretchy denim. It would be lovely in that.
Nice.
And then you could put like a pliqués on it as well, or you could quilt it, as you say, before you put
machine
it on.
Embroidery.
Machine embroidery.
I know you're very keen.
I love my machine embroidery, yes. So before you sort of put it all together, and if you did want it to be just that little bit sturdier, then you could, I would say, just put a very, so if you've got like, you could even use a cotton with it, I suppose, but I would put sort of like a very lightweight interfacing on it first.
Right.
So when you cut your patterns out, just put a very lightweight interfacing on it.
Yeah, I suppose if you were using something like the Tilda Chambrays or maybe K Facet quilt weight
Which
cottons, they're
are
quite
beautiful,
light, aren't
yes,
they?
Yeah, which you could still use because it make it nice and slouchy, but I would just put a little bit of, you know, like an iron-on very light weight interfacing that you can get.
Yep. Perfect.
The H640 I think would just be a bit too heavy. Now we're going to put a zipper foot on, and I'm going to put, I think it's 0.4 because I want it right over to the side here.
Yes, it is.
So when you're sewing it on, I don't want to go very, very close up to the piping because I will do that when I put the gusset on. So at the moment I'm just really sewing this onto the bag. So I'll still go close-ish, but not as close as I will do a bit later on.
Fair enough.
And it's because it's on the bias, the fabric, the binding, it will curve round quite nicely. So I'm just going to put it on and let's see if we can go. Right.
So this might be a skill builder for you. Yes. You'll have used your zipper foot for zips, probably.
Yes.
But it might be your first time using piping cord.
And it's slightly easier with piping cord as well because I think it's a bit more forgiving, isn't it, than a zip?
Yeah.
So a lot of the bags uses a zipper foot for it, so a lot of it's made up using the zipper foot.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it's quite nice to sort of use. So I've got on the pattern you do need a zipper foot, but I think these days most machines come with a zipper foot anyway,
Yes,
don't
they do.
they? So and you don't need a walking foot or anything because there's nothing too heavy in there. It will do any machine you'll be able to use.
I do think adding the piping cord as you go around is a really lovely touch.
I think it just makes it look finished off, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a very smart edge. And what size piping cord have you used?
Well, for this one I've used quite a thin one,
Yeah.
but for the thicker cord I used a thicker.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is when you get to the end and you're putting your handle on it, you'll just need to sort of take a little bit more off the side so it opens it up a little bit wider if you've got the cord, because that sort of narrows it up a little bit at the, the side.
Okay.
But you'll see what I mean in a minute.
Gosh, it's lovely and sturdy. For a light bag, it feels strong.
Yes, yeah.
And you'd want that, wouldn't you? Because if you're going
yes.
sightseeing, this might well be the bag that you've got things like your money, your keys, your phone.
Yeah, and you can get it so the zip will sort of almost be on the inside of you, so it's quite safe as well. And if you've got it across you, you can pop your passport, all sorts of things in it. So there we go.
Yeah,
so
great bag for taking to the airport.
Yes, so you've got everything handy with you, haven't you? Right, so we're doing that. So I've done one on the other side. So we put that on and I've started with the gusset. So I'm going to put the gusset on this side now as well. So we've got the gusset, we line it up. So you've got the middle here, which I can just see the line of, and the middle of your gusset.
So do you just fold that in half and crease it?
Yes, or you can use a heat erasable pen to just get a mark if you can't sort of see the creases too much. Now this time I do tend to clip it, because you've got that piping cord is on now, so it's safer and it's a little bit sturdier because you've got that sewn on.
Gotcha.
So with this, you don't sort of need, I think when you're actually adding the piping cord, you need to use quite a few pins to just make it secure. But this time you don't need quite as much. I'll just take my label off, which I put all over the place. Now there is a label on your label sheet, just before I forget, that says main bag, outer fabric, 1 metre, I think it says, but it's actually 1 metre length of bias binding.
Understood.
And I'd forgotten to put the bias binding on the bottom, and I'd printed sort of all of them out, and I thought, I don't think I can write bias binding on all of those, and half of them were packed up, so I was like, no, I'll just have to say on air what I've done. So if you get some sort of random little label on it, that's actually your bias binding label. So
Great.
there we go. So I'm literally just going to clip this together.
Yeah, don't go panicking.
No, that's right. What's
Thinking, what am I supposed to
that I
have?
need of outer fabric? Yeah. And as I say, if you do get stuck with anything at all, even if it's just like that label and you hadn't watched it or you've forgotten and you want to send me a text or an email or anything, please do, and just sort of say,
very kind.
Sandy, what on earth have you been talking about here? You know, were you on the Prosecco when you were making these labels?
You know, it's National Prosecco Day today.
I heard that this morning. I think me and Andrew will need a glass when we get home.
Well, I mean, I think it's almost obligatory.
You have to on National Prosecco Day, don't you?
And it's Charlie's birthday too.
No, happy birthday, Charlie.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I've got your husband today.
Oh, no,
I'll
he'll
look
be
after him
happy.
and, will he?
He'll be happy. Yes. Yeah. Well, the thing is, you see, Charlie will still have all the animals to feed and the regular jobs to do, so it's not like he'd be able to just lie in bed anyway.
Oh, bless him. It was so lovely to see him at the Festival of Quilts.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, you'd not met each other before.
No, it's funny because you see them on Facebook and things like that, so you feel like you know people, don't you, sometimes?
You do.
And so...
Well, Charlie, actually, as he was walking around the show, had quite a few people say,
Did he?
"You're Charlie, aren't you?"
And I bet he's good. Do you know I'm Charlie? Right, so we've added that on, and again we're going to use the zipper foot. So as you put it down, you can feel the zipper foot just nudging up to your piping cord here, and you want to try and do it just a little bit further in than the line that you had before. Whoops, there we go.
I think you've come and threaded? Or
No, I think it was just I should have put the needle
cool.
down first,
Cool.
and it's sort of, and then just make sure as you're sewing to push the back bit back so that you don't end up sewing the gusset in twice. So if it does sort of feel a bit thick,
Yeah.
panic.
Don't panic.
Don't panic, no, just sort of keep pulling this out and
Yeah.
pulling it round. And even though it's on it, you're sewing on a curve, because you've got that sort of slightly stretchy, that's why I say it's best. With cork, it might be harder to stretch the gusset round because it's more solid. The faux leather would be fine to stretch, the denim with this cord is as well. But if you're a confident sewer and you're used to sort of sewing on a curve, there's no problem at all with it.
Great.
And what I tend to do is once I've sewn it, I will then use pinking shears or just notch it.
Okay.
So that when you do come to sort of just get it, it'll sort of stretch nicer, won't it, round?
It'll be a nice smooth curve. I mean, it is a gentle curve
Oh,
anyway on the back, isn't it?
it's a very gentle curve. And if you did want to use cord, I would probably cut it out using pinking shears so that then you've got that little bit of extra give when you're actually sewing it on here.
Cool. Talking of travel bags, you are off on your travels, aren't you? You and Andrew.
Very soon we are.
Tell us where you're going.
We're off to France to the Rugby World Cup. So
See, Andy kept that very quiet until right at the end. He only mentioned rugby at the very
that's
end.
right. That's what he did to me as well. Yeah. Should we go to France? He said, and then no, I like the rugby as well.
But you're away for 2 months?
Yeah. I know.
That's a
It's
trip
good.
and a half.
Oh, trip of a lifetime for us, yes.
Gorgeous.
So when you get to our age, I think maybe you deserve it, do you think?
Oh, any age, but yes, of course you do.
I said I feel I deserved it now. at my
Goes
age.
without saying.
So,
And I think, what about 5 or 6 rugby games while you're there?
just a few.
How
Just a few.
wonderful.
I know. So there we go. That's the main part of your bag all done.
Ooh, and look at that lovely cord insertion.
Yeah.
It just looks, it's so smart, isn't it?
So,
Just
I mean, I
creates a
haven't
really
trimmed
smart
that, but
edge.
as I say, I think I did on the other side. So you put, and if you do that, it will just make that just look that little bit neater. But it still goes very well.
Absolutely
Then
beautiful.
on the inside,
Can't you already see how this bag's going to come together? It's just fabulous, isn't it?
it's a cute little thing.
It
isn't
is.
That's
So that's
thanks to
the
my
outer bag
daughter.
kind of made.
Yes, that's right. So
Lovely.
that's made, put to one side. So then we're going to do the lining. So I've put an envelope pocket in it and I've put in the pattern because I love people to change patterns because that was one thing that I love to do. So when I get a pattern, I always look at it and think, how can I make that my own? So I like, when I'm making patterns, I like to sort of try and think what other people might like to do and try and do it so that they can make it their own. Sort of like changing the piping on it and things like that. So with the envelope pocket, I've shown you how to make one. So you could do one on both sides if you wanted. So you can put little bits in either side, or you don't need to put it in at all, or you could just put like a little patch pocket in.
Completely optional.
So whatever you want to do. So what I've done is, on the pocket piece, it's lovely quality, the paper for the pattern, so it lasts you quite a long time. It's not a paper, it's almost a card really. And I've just cut out that, and it gives you the pocket placement on here as well. So you put that over your lining pocket, and I've just drawn round it and the line in the middle. Then I've pinned it on, and I've sewn all the way around that box, and I sew with about a 2, quite a small stitch, just so that when we're cutting into it, it's less likely to cut, because it'll keep it sort of tighter, I think.
Got you.
So if you've got a bigger stitch, it won't. So I'm going to just...
Can I just check? Obviously, you're using a solid fabric here. If I'm doing, say, the pink version and I've got my polka dots, is this wrong sides, right sides?
That's the right side. That's the right side.
So
it's
right
sides together. So
Gotcha.
it does explain all that and puts the pictures in the bag with a mustardy coloured one and a grey, so you can sort of see it. So yes, because you can't tell on this, so it doesn't matter too much. But yes, it's wrong sides together.
Right sides together.
Right sides together.
Yeah.
Confusing completely now. Right. So then I fold it over and just put a little cut in the middle there.
So you've sewn around the box.
I've sewn all around the box with about a size 2 stitch.
Okay.
So I did that just because there's a bit to do, and I thought it'd be nice to try and get as much done as we could.
Any reason why you use a shorter than normal stitch?
Yes, because as I'm going to cut right into the corners here, if that was a longer stitch, if you did sort of catch it, it'll unravel quite a bit. Whereas if it is a very short stitch, you can pop a bit of fray check on it or something like that, and it will just sort of stop it. And I just feel it sort of gives it a bit more sturdiness around it. So we've got
security.
Yes, yeah. So we've got this. So we've got the corner there, and I'm going to go as far as I can into the corner there, and on the other side as well. Then if I can, I'll sometimes just take out that little corner bit there.
Okay.
Just because again, I can normally get it a little bit closer.
Just removing a little bit of bulk.
Just a little bit of bulk there. There we go.
Oh, it's like microsurgery.
Yes, it is. There we go.
I'd love a bit of that.
Do you take the corners? Do you take those bits out? Or
No, I've never seen that done before, but I'm going to do it next time.
Yeah. I think because it's quite difficult to get that in and get it neat on that.
It is.
And I sort of think if you can get that little bit of bulk out, it
Good
just
tip.
sort of helps a little bit. So I always use very tiny scissors as well, so you've got a little bit more precision going on there. So again, just go up as far as you can, and if they do sort of go just there, and then again, open it up and just take that little tiny corner off. And then I'd probably, if you've got a fray check or something like that, just pop that on there. Then this is why it's called an envelope pocket, because we post it through.
Gotcha.
So then I take it over onto the wrong side, and then this comes through here. There we go. And then we iron it.
Now, do you want to do the honours, or do you want me to?
I'll let you do the honours.
Do you want me to do the honours? Okay.
Yes.
I'll do the honours. Well, I hope I make a good job then.
I'm watching you.
I know, I can see, definitely. No pressure, eh?
I know.
We'll see if I can get a decent finish. So I'll just press the long sides first. Oh, I do feel like I'm in the middle of an exam.
You're doing very well so far.
Well, you do lovely, precise, neat work. So, you know, I do want to do you proud, Sandy. I want to do you proud. I mean, it does help actually using the same colour, doesn't it?
Yes.
Because if there is the slightest bit of show through, then it's not a deal breaker.
And sometimes it doesn't always, you get a few creases on the underside, but don't worry too much because it's the outer side that you'll see. And normally, if you can pull that, you'll get it fine on the other side.
I think Sandy's mentioned that because I've got a few wrinkles.
No, you haven't at all. You're doing absolutely fine.
I'm just going to grab a clapper.
Ooh.
I'm going to give this just a press out, and then I'm going to put the clapper on just to...
I've never used a clapper.
Have you not?
No, I've seen them so many times, but never... They always fascinate me because the heat of it, isn't it, from the iron?
Yeah,
just
it just kind of holds it and it just sort of sets it in place. Do you use it a lot when you're bag making? I use it a bit, you know, and it's particularly useful where you've got sort of thicker layers or...
That's fine.
I think once it's stitched, that'll be okay. That is flat.
Yeah, that's fine. It is, yeah. And don't worry, I mean, obviously when you're on telly here as well, it's fine. But you'd spend longer, but you've done a good job there. You've passed. I'll give you a distinction.
Will you?
I will,
Thank
yeah,
you.
because you've done a good job. Now, I've put quilting tape onto the zip. I've just cut a little bit off a roll, put the stoppers on it anyway, and do it just so it's about the length of the pocket. Okay, so it gives you a little bit of room to play around with. Now, some people rip the quilting tape when they put it on because they said it's easier to take off. But I always find I don't rip it, I cut it, and I use my tweezers and just sort of push down there, and then normally you can just get your tweezer in there and it will come off quite easily.
Well, that looks like fun to do as well. There we go.
And so you're putting your quilter's tape on the right side of your zip, and you've got the right side of your lining up, and we're going to lay that over the zip.
Okay.
Whoops. So if we find where the zip is, and then you want to try and get it quite close to the teeth if you can. So you can manoeuvre it around. And the tape's good because until you sort of press it down, it won't sort of stick with it.
Got you.
So then when you're happy with that, then just sort of press it down.
Yeah.
And it's great because you don't need to put pins in it or anything.
No, it is a lovely finish. If you haven't got that, you can hand baste it in place, can't you?
Yes.
But this is the one time I am prepared to hand baste.
Yes.
And I think it's essential to baste your zip in place.
So I've just used that now. So I'm going to do it like that. And then I'm going to get the zip on that side. That will be fine. Then I would start at the bottom. Where do you start with the zip when you're putting it in?
In the middle.
Do you?
I do.
So bottom, middle, there we go. And I'm going to just, find my foot pedal. And again, I'm going to just lower this stitch as well, just by 1. So I've got 2.2 on there.
Tracy's messaged in to say, morning Stuart and Sandy.
Morning Tracy.
Lovely to watch you, Sandy, on the show. What a fab bag.
Thank you so much.
Gorgeous, isn't it? The Cavatelli bag. And I thought it might be named after a place, but it's not, is it?
No, it's a pasta. It's a pasta. Pasta shape, yeah.
Never had Cavatelli.
So they look like, almost like little hot doggy shapes, but slightly curved, it looks a bit like that.
Well, I liked what you said about it being like a dumpling bag.
That's right, yes.
Just need to let you know, the Peach Hearts, which is the one that Sandy's working on right now, we've got 14 of those bundles left. There are 21 in baskets, so we're half over what we've actually got. It spells a sellout. If you do want the Peach Hearts, I would check out your basket now. We do have some fabrics by the half metre as well, which I will go and grab in just a second. But as Sandy said earlier on, you could do this with all sorts of fabrics, right?
Yes.
Brilliant bag, says Collector in Merseyside. Good morning. Looks gorgeous in the baby cord and so on trend. Another fab make from Sandy.
Thank you very much.
Another message for you. Morning. This is Shelley in Nottinghamshire. Loving the bags, and I have bought the pink and the hearts, even though I said no more shopping. Fabulous demos. I'm learning so much.
Thank you so much. And don't forget to post them when you made them. I love to see what people have done with them. There we go.
And now Peter Plaz in Norfolk says, hi all, loving this. Just bought the kit and accessories. Sadly, Freeview says your service isn't running, so can't watch the demo properly. Try and watch back online. You've got your kits now, or if you're able to, watch online live.
If you get the pattern, I've put in there the date that I'm on doing it as well. So if you do forget, it's actually in there in the pattern as well.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. That's really useful.
So we've sewn it round, then turn it over. And if this needs trimming off just a little bit, I would just trim that off a little bit more with a pair of scissors that aren't your best ones.
Sandy, we're about to sell out of your pattern on its own. We've got 20 left, 41 in baskets.
Thank you so much,
if you want the
everybody.
pattern for the Cavatelli bag, you really, really need to grab it now. I know what Sandy's doing is super important, and I know you want to watch the demo, but I don't want you to watch the demo and not get your pattern.
No. And I try and do the patterns as if I'm talking to you. So when you're reading it, it'll be like me talking to you, doing it. So that's how I sort of try and do it.
Yeah. I love that sort of conversational style.
Yes.
We want you in our living rooms with us while we're sewing.
Because sometimes you can look at patterns and they're so complicated that I sort of find, I don't know. And that's why I put lots of pictures in as well, because I find things easier to look at with a picture.
Definitely.
And you can read something over and over again and you think, I'm sure I'm a sewer, I should know how to do this.
Yeah.
And then you look at the picture, you think, of course I know how to do this. So what I've done now is I've put the other piece of the pocket, and again, that would be the right side down over it because you want to see the right side through when you open your zip up.
Got you.
And then we're going to just pop some clips around here. So just line it up.
So you're clipping pocket bag to pocket
bag. Yes. And I'm going to just change my zipper foot to an ordinary foot. And these are so easy to do. It's a fab little machine.
Real quick change, aren't they?
Yes. There we go. And I'll change it to 101. There we go. Now then, when you do this, I would put it down this way on the machine so that the base of the pocket is down, because you need this to be out of the way. So if you do it this way, you can pull it back, but you're pulling it back on itself. So if you do it this way, you can make sure you don't catch any of this in with it.
You can see it, can't you?
You can see it then. So I'm literally just going to sew all the way around just the pocket. So you're trying to avoid the bag part if you can.
I think it's fair to say this is my favourite pocket.
Yes,
ever.
I love an envelope pocket.
Yeah.
And you can put them on you could even put it on the front of the bag if you wanted.
Couldn't you?
So if you sort of wanted to change it, in here it obviously shows you how to make the envelope pocket.
Yeah.
So if you wanted, sorry
Clever.
Stuart, my darling, if you wanted to put one at the, sorry, sweetheart.
I'm joking. I just wanted a hug. I just wanted a hug.
Have a hug at any time.
So would you go crossways or would you go down the bag?
I would go down the...
Yeah,
But
nice.
yes, yeah, I think because then if you've got it over here,
Yeah.
you could pull
Oh
it down.
yeah, like that.
So it's nice, isn't it?
Like that a lot.
Yeah.
So
So this-
adaptable. You need the pattern. We've got now, how many left? Yep. Oh, you made a mistake. Oh, okay. The graphics keep crashing, sorry.
Oh no.
Okay, we have actually got a few more than we thought. We've got 50 patterns left, but we've got 55 in baskets. So we're having awful problems with our graphics this morning,
today,
Sandy, which
aren't
is
you? Oh, I
nothing
know.
for you to worry about, but it is a little bit frustrating.
It is, isn't it? It is for poor Ben. Sorry, Ben.
Poor Ben.
Poor Ben. So as you can see, as I'm going round, I'm just sort of making sure that I pull the bag back each time.
Yeah.
So then I would just go round again that pocket, trim the corners, and just go round with the pinking shears, because with the cotton, sometimes it can fray a bit. It just helps stop fraying. And even though you're not going to turn it inside out or anything, I think it just feels neater inside. So I do like a bit of pinking shears.
It's a quality finish, isn't it?
Yes. My granddad was a tailor, so we had like lovely pair. I've still got my granddad's pinking shears
Oh, have you?
that are absolutely massive. They still work. They're really big,
huge and heavy.
solid ones. They're not as heavy as they look actually,
okay.
but they're fabulous. I don't sort of, I've brought them in once I think to show, but they are lovely. So when I do any pinking, I always think of my granddad being a tailor. There we go.
Cool.
So that's this one. Now
So
then,
there's our pocket. Can I
So-
just
yes.
dive in?
Yes.
So there we go now. There's your pocket.
yes. So it's enough to probably
It
put
works.
a bit of cash in,
Yeah.
maybe a credit card,
Yeah.
keys, something like that.
Perfect.
And again, if you want to make that a little bit bigger, the pocket, you can do. Right, working on this one, aren't we? So we now need to put the zip in. So on the zip, I use the zip on a roll. I put a nice little orange pull on there. So
Love that.
and again, make your zip bigger than your bag because it's much easier to work with. So we're going to put it, now this time I don't use quilting tape because sometimes you need, when you're doing it on the machine, you need to just pull it back a little bit. It will sort of you know, like when you put in binding on, sometimes you put one pin and then you would sort of ease about.
Absolutely.
So with this,
it does move along.
It does move along. So with this, I didn't want to put the quilting tape on because it's sort of on the curve and it's sort of a bit stretchy. It's easier just to and put clips right. Again, you can clip it or you can pin it, whichever suits you best. There we go. How are we doing for time?
Yeah, we're doing good. We've got about 10 minutes, I think.
So I wanted to show you the important bits with the cover straps as well, because those are something a bit different that people might not have done before. So I'll carry on for a little bit and then I'll just show you those cover
No problem.
straps as well.
So when you finish clipping that on,
Yes,
are you going
I'm
to
going
use
to
a
use-
zipper foot to sew?
I am, to
Do you
sew
put
this
your
on.
lining in at this point
Yes,
as well, either side?
I do. There we go. So again, I'll do it a lot neater when you're not on air, don't you? Because I'm trying to do it quicker. So what I would do normally is find the middle, but I'm actually going to start from the end here, so instead, and hope that it just matches round.
And you can sew them separately all together?
Yes.
I'm just wondering, Ben, shall I go through some of the extra fabrics
Whilst I'm just putting this on, yeah.
Sandi sews the zip? Let me show you these fabrics. So with some extra fabrics, can we start with this adorable floral needle cord, please? This starts 5/7, because I just think that would be absolutely perfect. Oh, graphics are fully crashed again, so we'll just need to reboot that. Don't worry. Sandi, are you back to zipping?
I am
zippage?
nearly, yes.
Fab.
Won't be a second.
Fab.
There we go.
I love that there are lots of different steps in this bag, each one quite quick and easy,
Yes.
but lots to keep you interested.
And it's good for, even if you're a beginner, it'll teach you some new skills. If
Yeah.
you're a bit unsure about putting a zip in, they're not too difficult to put in with these, especially on the envelope pocket as well. So it does teach you some nice new skills as well.
And I think a bag is a great place to learn new skills because it's something small, it's quite quick to make, very usable. Fab. Absolutely love that combination. Oh, the gremlins are well and truly in.
Mind you, it's the
Sandi.
13th today, isn't it?
It's what, sorry?
It's the 13th today,
It is the
isn't it?
13th. Charlie was actually born on Friday the 13th.
Oh, well, it was lucky for him then,
And his mum
wasn't
had
it?
twins.
Really? So he's a
Yeah. Now, our graphics aren't working, but our website most definitely is. If you go to www.sewingstreet.com, you'll see the extra fabrics. You'll see the kits. You can see the faux leather straps, because they're absolutely gorgeous. Amazing price as well, actually. The faux leather webbing, by the way, you get 1 metre and it's pre-cut. That's right, isn't it? It's pre-cut. Yeah, yeah. Same. I love that the stripy one. That's gorgeous. Sandi used that on the pink bag, didn't you?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Let's try these fabrics while they're working. This ends 5/7. So this is gorgeous, very fine baby cord, needle cord. Gorgeous. That's that one. Kind of a deep, I can't tell if it's navy or black. I think it's navy background to that fabric. Beautiful. Right, that's that. We've got bottle green needle cord. Beautiful. That'd be nice to put a bit of machine embroidery on.
Oh, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
I'd use like a gold embroidery. on
Gold.
that,
Beautiful.
yes.
Scrolls. Something
Yes.
rococo.
Yes, absolutely
Beautiful.
lovely.
Or you could put someone's name on it.
Yes.
So easily, couldn't you? Yes, Charlie.
Yeah. Oh.
Burgundy wine. This ends 8-9. Gorgeous. That's the kind of regular corduroy. I love a bit of corduroy.
I love corduroy, and it's very fashionable at the moment, isn't it, corduroy? I do like corduroy.
I mean, I'm a child of the 70s. You know, so corduroy did feature quite large in my life.
I had some lovely corduroy dungarees. Yeah.
Did you?
They were grey with like lovely big fancy buttons on them. Very trendy as a child.
NE45, this is black needle cord. Very fine baby cord. That's beautiful.
Again, that'd look nice with some embroidery on it, wouldn't
It would. Or a contrast piping.
Yes.
Half a metre, £5.99. You want half a metre, by the way, for the bag. So easy enough. Also, these are great for dressmaking as well, aren't they? Or other bags. So last one I've got is a beautiful fawn. This ends 30. That is a really nice colour.
It's lovely to work with, isn't it, as well? Needle cord, so nice to work with.
Beautiful. Oh, and look at the romance that we've brought into this with the colour name, Sandi. It's gorgeous. Brown.
Brown.
It's brown. I say fawn.
Fawn.
What would you
saw
call
a little
that?
deer on the way here today.
Did you?
Yeah, I would call that latte, maybe.
Latte. I love it. We called it brown.
Yes. All the colours you could call it.
Brown. Can we do the strapping, the webbing? Right. Tan first. So this is a 1 metre piece. Is 1 metre the right length for the bag?
Yes. Yeah.
By 1 metre.
Yes.
This is the tan. And also, actually, if you've got any of the bag findings, if you've got your green machine, stock up on this while we've got it.
Yeah.
We've got the green machine on the website. They're very, very limited, though. £2.99 for that for a 1 metre piece.
I managed to get my hardware for it this morning. Because I've had the
you
machine for a
did?
long time.
Oh, you managed to get some hardware.
And I got some hardware.
Oh, fantastic.
This morning for it.
Fantastic.
I was so pleased.
Gorgeous. Navy. Navy. Gorgeous blue, that. And then last of all, I've got my favourite.
I love that one. Isn't it
It's
fun?
almost like a sort of South American blanket style, isn't it? They do these beautiful blankets in South America, Peruvian, Venezuelan, just absolutely beautiful.
Now, I'm saying that one packet is enough. It depends what size you want.
Yeah.
So if you're a bigger lady or a bigger gentleman, you might want to get 2 of them.
Yeah.
And then use the one bit for the one clasp and then use...
Right.
So, and can you see? So it is adjustable.
Because you're going to use this bit here,
Yeah.
one bit here on the bag, just kind of to attach this, so a bit there, and that could be a bit longer,
Yes.
couldn't it?
You
if
can do that
were-
whatever size you want it, yes.
And then your second piece is attached here,
Yes.
through there, and you've got a strap slider.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming back to you.
Right.
Coming back to you.
So whilst you've gone, I
Yep.
put this side on. So we sewed it together and then I flipped it over and put a top stitch on it.
Mm-hmm.
Then opened the bag up, turned it inside out so that the zip's sort of on the top, but you use the right side of your zip again still with the right side of your bag. Then you need to sort of get your lining inside the bag so that you can then put it on together. So
you.
you've got the zip as like a sandwich in the middle.
Got you.
Okay, so I'm going to sew that on. How are we? Oh,
just gonna have a look.
Shall I? So, I would.
Well, I
so,
tell you what,
shall I-
could you sew just a little bit of that,
Yes.
and then you'd be able to put the end on, wouldn't you?
No.
No.
No. So I'll tell you quickly about the
Okay.
ends. So when you've finished it,
Yeah.
you'll have sort of like an opening there like this. So you would trim all this off. So that's why you've got extra piping and extra zip on there. So just neaten it off there, and it's about 1 inch wide, which is the size of your bag strap. If you've got a wider bag strap that you want, because I know some of the hardware's an 1.5 inches, you can sort of cut it a little bit lower down so it'll go in, or you can sort of trim the end to make it, because on this one I just trimmed the end of this slightly because the cord was thicker and I used a thicker piping cord. It made that hole there quite small, so you can just sort of trim a little bit off.
Understood.
Then what you do is I've got this put together here, so you've got the one side of the buckle with your strap, and that gives it a size, and you can put that on for any size. Then this side you can make as long as you want because you've got the slider on it to adjust it. And again, on the pattern it tells you exactly how you put it on, so you take it up and over, through and up and over again. So you've got that, and then that's sort of adjustable here. So roughly you would have it the right side out. So if I've got it right sides out, and as I say, you've trimmed that off here, then you put a little bit of glue on here and put it between the lining and your main bag, and then just sort of clip that on and let that dry. So you've got that on with that side on. Then you've given little tiny templates, and you'd cut 4 of them out. As you see, I sort of mainly fussy cut them a little bit, so I've got my hearts in here with the main bit of the template. Then fold it over, and that gives you another template for just a little bit of interfacing. So any scraps that you've got, I used a bit of just like fusible interfacing on here, H640, whatever you've got, cut that out and then iron it onto the middle here. Then if you've got a glue pen or any sort of glue, literally just, and also I put a little bit of fray check down the sides because when you turn it over, that's quite close. So that's the only little point that might sort of fray, if at all.
To get a really nice sharp point, you do need to trim it back. So you need to,
and then I would just put a little bit of fray check. Then just put some glue at the top and the bottom. Fold this bit over and fold this bit over. So you're just folding it to where the template is. Then turn this bit over.
So almost like English paper piecing.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So it's like your little, and then I put a little clip on either side here, and then whoops, pop it over.
Susan's got in touch to say there must be gremlins, Stuart. My YouTube feed isn't working either.
Oh no! Oh, what a shame.
Sunday gremlins. They wait.
Yes, they do. So you've got your bag here, and this will all, so once you've done that, you'll fold that over and pin it as well. So then you'll have a nice neat edge because that will all be cut off. Then this will just go over, and if you see the top bit should be the inch and will just meet there. So again, I put some glue on here, put it on, put some glue on the other piece, put it together, and then again, just pin them on so that they stay hard. And then I will just overstitch or ladder stitch. So you can see on this
So you just finish that edge by hand?
By hand, yeah.
Oh, what a lovely finish. Yeah.
And so I don't go over the top bit here because you don't need to. I sew down here, across that front bit so it's still open here, and up the other side, then turn it over and then just do that front bit there. If you've got a really strong machine, you could put it over, or again, one of those rivets would be lovely in the middle.
Smart,
it would look absolutely beautiful, yes. But that's how I finished up. So it just sort of, all the gubbins in the middle is just sort of neatened up with that.
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? It's so, so neat.
So it does, it just sort of finishes it off.
It's a fabulously professional finish. It's those little touches, Sandi, that you've put into the design. The covered piping cord is lovely, isn't it?
Yes.
These finishes are just gorgeous. The whole arrangement here is just, oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, just love all that.
Nice, aren't they?
I think you're almost ready for your holiday.
Do you think so?
You're almost ready.
No, I'm back on again next week.
You're back on in an hour.
And then next week again.
Oh, are you? You do like doing everything up to the wire, don't you?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And I've still got bears to make.
Of course. But after the break, you're going to be coming back, well, at 11 with Christmas.
With Christmas. Christmas has come early.
Stop. Are there mince pies?
Oh, no, I forgot. I've not seen any in the shops. I should have made some, shouldn't I?
Sandy.
I don't
well,
cook.
You've got an hour.
I'll
don't
go and
cook. What an attitude.
I know.
I'll see you and you after the break.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques. I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
It's great to have your company on this. It's beautiful out there, isn't it? It's all right. Do you know what? We're here. We're here. You know, I exercise an attitude of gratitude. It's good, even when there are things going wrong. We're having a few gremlins this morning, but Ben and Charlie and Chris as well on floor, and our fabulous Sandi are all being absolute troopers. So we'll get there. Just be a little patient with us this morning. We've got a few IT issues. Now, yeah, I'll have no hair by 1 o'clock. We're going to start with a few basics for bag making. This hour's about bag making fabrics, but let's talk real basics first. Linings, basic fabrics we'll use. I'm going to start with a bolt of calico. We're excited to have this because it's just super useful. Now, what you've got here is 25 metres. 25 metres of 60-inch wide quilters pre-washed calico. Now this is absolutely perfect for lining bags, lining pockets, and also if you want to quilt your outer fabrics sort of before you line them. Still have your separate lining, but you want them quilted. Put some batting or maybe some H640, some Bosal in our form on the back of your outer fabrics. Then some calico on the back of that, quilt it, and it's nice and light. You can still put a lining in your bag on top of this. Actually, what this will do is add a sort of an extra interfacing almost if you add it into your bag. But absolutely perfect for lining your bags anyway. Also brilliant for piecing, patchwork, a background for applique or embroidery. You can also dye it. Brilliant if you're a dressmaker too. Now this at $124.99 means you're paying just $4.99 a metre for your calico. 60-inch wide, remember. What about backing quilts and wall hangings with it? It's beautiful, washes beautifully. It's really soft, really supple. It's been pre-washed, pre-shrunk. So it's just gorgeous. You're saving £24.50 by buying the bolt. And actually the best thing about this is that you'll have it in stock. So whatever you're going to use it for, and you'll probably end up using it for all of the things I've suggested and more, you'll have it in stock. Split pays, 2 of them if you'd like, £62.49. All you need to pay today to get your bolt of fabric home. Now I've also got some calico by the half metre. So for example, if you just need 5 metres of quilters, 60-inch wide, pre-shrunk calico, we've got it. That's what half a metre looks like. Okay, so 60 wide. So you get plenty there. So if you're doing something like a table runner for Christmas or the autumn, that would back it for $2.99. For $2.99. I mean, most of the time, the backing fabric is really sort of secondary. You know, if it's never going to be seen, if it's for something like a wall hanging or placemat, something like that, a utility fabric is absolutely fine for me. If I'm going to do a bed quilt, then I probably will put something special, and I like to put something special on the back. But for a lot of applications, calico is absolutely great. $2.99 a half metre. Remember, this will be cut to order, so if you want 5 metres, just order 10 units. Okay, loads of you coming in for that. Now, as we always do, calico is so universally popular and useful. That is another reason why having the bolts is a great buy, actually. If you want to get it, it means you're guaranteed to get you 25 metres. We've got it in stock. You will always have it in stock. I can't remember the last time we had calico by the half metre. So although you might want to grab some today, get yourself 5 metres, it doesn't mean that next week we'll have it. So that's why, for me, I'd grab a bolt. But if you want 5 metres, there it is. $2.99 a half metre. Now we've also got Osnaburg. It is very posh calico, isn't it? This is a kind of, it's got more texture to it. It's a little bit thicker as well. It's lovely for things like doll making. It's also really lovely for things like bootis or corded quilting. Yeah, corded quilting or trapunto. Yeah, lovely for embroidering on. Lovely for sort of country style projects as well, because it's got that gorgeous kind of natural seeded look to it as well. There's a bit of variation in tone and texture. £2.99 again. Width wise, I am just going to check. Have you got the width there? I'll grab my tape measure, it's okay. I'll grab my tape measure. It's got a knot in it now. Okay, 46 inches wide. And just to prove that there really are gremlins, look. I have no idea. I had that hanging around my neck. It's got a knot tied in the tape measure now. We've definitely got gremlins in here today. If I catch them, that's your Osnaburg. Really good basic fabric that. I'm going to move on because we've so many things to get through. All right. Cotton solids. Now I'm going to keep these all together so you can see a comparative colour. So we've got white. Ben, you don't need to change the graphics, but what are the other two colours? It's cream and vanilla, ivory. White, cream, ivory. Or is that ivory and that's cream? That's ivory, that's cream. Yeah, that's ivory, that's cream. Right, so white first. Just want you to be able to see the difference in tone. You know, it's important. Right, there's the white, nice bright, pure white. £3.79 a half metre. This is 44 inches wide. So again, a good basic for lining your bags, lining your pockets. Ivory next. So in comparison to the white, you can see that difference. A bright optical white. This is much more sort of yellow toned. You see what I mean? Much more yellow toned, like sort of full fat milk. Okay. And then this is cream. So cream, much warmer. I mean, in comparison to the white, you can see a big difference. It's almost peachy. Next to the ivory, you can see again, much warmer in tone, almost like a tea dye colour. All right. So those are our solids. Right. I'm going to come over this side because I've got loads of fantastic bag making fabrics. We're going to start with quilted PU. This is fab. This is fab. I'm just thinking Sandi's the pasta bag. I would find it easier to remember dumpling. Cavatelli? Cavatelli, thank you. Cavatelli, the Cavatelli bag in quilted PU. Absolutely gorgeous. These are my four colours. I've got a bronze, a rose, a silver and a white. Let's start off with the white or the cream. Okay. This is ivory. This is ivory. Okay. So actually, rather than it being quilted, it is actually embossed. So the PU's been embossed to create a quilted look. Okay, so there isn't quilt batting or backing in there as such, but isn't that beautiful? It's almost sort of spacesuity. Do you know what I mean? I love the look of it. Isn't it gorgeous? Isn't it gorgeous? Really lovely for bag making. I mean, lovely for garments as well. And look at the price, £4.49. It's amazing. Right, silver next. While we're talking spacesuits, this is I mean, again, Sandi's dumpling bag, that would be absolutely gorgeous. And I defy any, teenage granddaughter or grandson or son or daughter to not want one of those for a night out. Will I make you a spaceman suit? Well, probably. Oh, now everyone wants one, for goodness sake. All right, no, the pair of you, I will not. Right, this next one, is this bronze? Fawn? Champagne for everyone. I'm sorry, you're broke. Tap water for everyone. There we go, there we go. Just call me Bubbles, darling. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Love that. Kind of a nude, a light caramel, a light latte. Just gorgeous, very, very classy. Champagne. The lining, if you like, the back of this one, black. Isn't that gorgeous? So, for example, if you were doing unlined tote bags with this, just French seam it. You don't need a lining necessarily. Okay, and then the last one, I've got this beautiful rose pink. Yeah, we've called it rose too. Hey. It's gorgeous. Don't iron it from the front. Cool iron on the back. And I'd use a pressing cloth. Clapper would be really useful when you're working with this too, so that you can kind of warm up the back or even warm up the ironing board, and then put your fabric in place, put your clapper on top, so the heat of the ironing board will just keep everything nice and flat. This is another time when your wool pressing mat will be so useful. Now, shall we do metallic PU next? Look what I've got right here. I've got silver, rose and gold. Oof, let's start with the rose. So this is a beautiful metallic rose pink. Metallic pink. I'm going to tell you the width as well, because this PU is a really good width. It's 56 inches wide, which makes that price bonkers, $7.99. Because actually, I think that you would get 2 of Sandi's bags out of half a metre of this, because it's 56 inches wide. I think you'd probably get 2, which is amazing value, isn't it? Less than £4 per bag. That's the rose metallic. Gorgeous. Silver metallic. Again, go with that space suit. Let's just check the... I'm not seeing a code on it. I think it might have been in a bag. Yep, silver. It will be that one. Yep, there we go. Very easy to sew. Now I'm thinking, what about a bomber jacket? Yeah. Or a pencil skirt. Oh, a baker boy hat. Hello. I love that. You could also use this for a bit of upholstery as well. You can use that for upholstery. It's soft and supple. Don't use a leather needle when you're sewing it. I know it's PU, faux leather, but you absolutely don't need to and really mustn't use a leather needle. And the reason why, a leather needle has a cutting blade on the needle. It cuts through leather. It doesn't just pierce. And if you use that on PU, it'll basically like perforate along the seams and come apart. So you definitely don't want to do that with this, because this is a, you know, it's got a woven backing on it, and you don't want to ruin the integrity of that. Steph says, morning Bubbles, I've missed you so much. Champagne, of course, anything for you, my darling. I love that. Actually, the truth of the matter is champagne gives me the most awful indigestion ever. So, yeah, I'm okay with things like Cava and Prosecco, but obviously just not that classy. Right, gold metallic PU. Again, think of all those beautiful, glamorous projects you could make with this. Again, if you bought the green machine and you've got those rivets, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. If you bought any of the slim line magnetic fastenings that we had in the 8 o'clock show, you could make yourself a lovely flat clutch bag using this. Night out, yeah, little night out. Gorgeous little Little shoulder chain, very nice. But I'm thinking ahead, you know, Christmas parties. Well, yesterday I went out shopping and I bought loads of like autumn and Halloween decorations ready for partying. So, I mean, 'tis the season. 'Tis the season. Right, plain PU. Brilliant, lovely. Let's start with black. Can't go wrong. Again, this is black. This is black. So this is really soft and supple. The web image looks grey. Ignore that. It's a gorgeous black PU. Fine-grained faux leather. And it has a sort of... it's almost like a jersey or a almost felty backing to it. If you didn't want to line your bag, you wouldn't have to. And it wouldn't fray. It doesn't fray. You could still overlock or you could pink the edges. Yeah, very nice. Quick message, thank you. Hi, Stuart. Will the plain PU colour match up with the quilted PU? I'm thinking a jacket with quilted panels. That's from Glynis and East Riding. Well, now, funnily enough, Glynis, I was thinking the same thing as I was looking at it. I'm very, very quickly just going to grab like the rose pink and just show you the two. So they don't, it's not exactly the same colour, but I think that looks great. The silver, just to show you the silver, I think that's a pretty good match. I think that's a pretty good match. There's a very, very slight... The thing is, as soon as you quilt something, it changes the way the light hits it. And we only perceive colour by the way light hits things. So, you know, the minute you start adding something like a texture, it changes the colour or how we perceive it. So it's quite difficult anyway because you've got quilted and unquilted. But I would put those two together for sure. Teresa's message to say, good morning, Stuart. Loving these Metallica. Ooh, clutch bag would be fab. Runs off to find patterns. I love it. I love it. Right, let's do indigo next. So this is a really deep navy, but it does have something of the purple about it. You know, what I'm going to do, I've just got a navy cotton. Can you see the difference? There's just a almost navy. It's so dark though. If you wanted navy, I think this would pass. Gorgeous. Again, $7.99 for a ½ metre. This is really wide PU. 58 inches wide. 58 inches wide. All right. Next up, like an elephant grey, like a charcoal, a pewter. Like I say, dressmaking, perfect. A PU jacket, a waistcoat, or jerkin. You can quilt this as well. So you could put some H640 on the back, quilt it, diamond crosshatch maybe, and then make it up into a bag. You could make it up into a jacket. That would be delish. What about red? The red. It's a gorgeous poppy red, this as well. Well, wouldn't that be the most gorgeous, like a collarless jacket, short collarless jacket in that? Wouldn't that be beautiful? That's the red. Remember, if you want to jump ahead, you can go onto the website. Wendy says, what's that you say? Stuart Hillard, not classy, never. Well, there are laughing faces, though, afterwards, so I don't know what you... All right, just having a quick look on the website. Just scroll through. Things we haven't played yet. Have a look on the website. The green machine is there. We've got gold mega bundles. We've also got things like the hole cutter on its own. We've got the green machine on its own. So for example, if you want to build your own bundle, then you can. If you're thinking, well, bag making wise, I will only use rivets, then get your green machine, okay, get your 3mm hole cutter and get your rivets. And actually we've got rivets in rose gold, gold, silver and bronze with the dies that fit them. So if you want to build your own bundles, you absolutely can do that. All right, next up, we've got this beautiful mustard gold. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. What a great colour. Dijon, mustard. There we go. Dijon. I love Dijon mustard. On salmon. Season your salmon steak. Paint it liberally with Dijon mustard. Okay. Then in a bowl, mix panko breadcrumbs, splash of olive oil, some lemon zest, seasoning and chopped parsley, and then press that with the olive oil, mix it all up into a crumb and then press that all over your salmon steak. Nice hot griddle pan, put your steaks in, just give them a little sizzle for 2-3 minutes on the bottom and then into a hot oven for about 6 to 8 minutes and then let them rest. They will be absolutely beautiful. So juicy inside, crisp and flavoursome on the outside. You're welcome. You're welcome. If anybody from Saturday Kitchen's watching, I am actually free next Saturday. I could so easily be there. So easily. Ben's a vegetarian and even he has got a drooly mouth. I think you might be drooling for other reasons though, Ben. It's a difficult morning for you, isn't it? Gorgeous colour. Gorgeous, gorgeous colour. Right. Next up, I've got soft rose pink. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. Now, if you want a neutral that is not neutral, it's almost a nude, isn't it? Sorry, I know, sorry. Nude. I know. Lovely, though. And really, like, smooth-grained. Last of all, I've got white. Now, I can't remember the last time we had white faux leather. Trousers. Oh. Were they tight trousers or flared trousers? Big flared trousers in white PU. I love that. Love that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But again, what about making Adam Brooks's Baker Boy in white faux leather? And then you could add some gorgeous trim. I mean, you could add a bit of a band around it then. Maybe in a tan, the faux leather tan strap, or navy. And then you could make a few like tweed flowers. Yeah, raw edge tweed flowers on a brooch pin that you can sort of add or not. Or even I think you could probably do it magnetic. So you had a magnet on either side so you could clip it on and take it off. Just an idea. Right, that's that. So we've done all of our PUs now. It's time to move on to some canvas. Can we do printed canvas? The printed canvas or the woven. I've got a few really nice ones actually. Let me grab these. Don't forget as well, of course, our early bird today was a printed cotton canvas bundle from Moda. Right, so here are my next fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to start with this toile. I'm going to start with this toile. So this ends 8-3. This is a toile de joie. A toile de joie in a gorgeous sort of tan gold on an ecru background. I think, well, now, who knows? Who knows what the relationship is? I'm going to assume either this is Kiss Me Under the Mistletoe or it's actually a rebuff and someone's getting whacked with a bunch of something fragrant, probably sage. A little bit of music going on over here. Oh, look, yeah, it's definitely romantic. Look, there's Cupid firing an arrow. Cute, though. Gorgeous, sturdy cotton canvas for bag making. Very nice, very nice. Let's go a bit nautique. This ends 9/6. This is a ticking. Now, oh, love this. Love this. Really nice. Now, this would be great if you've got Fiona Hesford, Sew Girls, St. Ives, like artist smock. That would be beautiful made up in this. You could do a shirt, you could do a butcher's apron. That would be lovely. You could do really nice bags in this as well. You could make a hat in that. It would almost be like a sort of, American locomotive driver, train driver's hat, wouldn't it? Yeah, nice. Really like that. That's all woven, by the way. The stripe is a woven. Very, very nice. It's a ticking. It's a ticking. So that would have been used for mattresses originally. A question, new to sewing. Cutting out bucket hats today. Is PU suitable for these? Oh, Stephanie, in spades. In spades. It would look absolutely fantastic. A bucket hat in PU. Please do it. Please do it. Really nice, yeah. And great actually as we go into autumn winter because they're a bit water repellent, aren't they? Look stylish as well. Think about maybe adding a buckle. Now next up, let's do the apple blossom ending 7/4 because that's pretty. I like that. It's pretty, really pretty on a canvas, cotton canvas. When you're sewing this for a bag, I'd use a 90 needle. If you're going to add something like batting or H640 or in our form, then you might want to go to 100 needle. I always have 90s and 100s for bag making. You want those thicker needles. And if you are having trouble getting through your seams on any of your bag making, try upping the needle size. Okay? Lovely that. Really nice. Next up, are those graphics behaving now? Don't say it. Don't say it. Right, ending 4/3. Now this is another Moda cotton canvas. So we had a bundle this morning and this is a different one. This wasn't in our bundle. Little bit of gold in there. Do you see that little bit of sparkle? Little bit of gold there. Very nice. But I'm thinking, you know those lovely faux leather handles with the rivets that we had earlier on, £8.99. A simple tote with those on. Very nice. Very nice indeed. All right, that's that one. Taking the weight off my legs. This one, ooh, ending 6/2. Leafy. For me, that's got a kind of market bag or a camping and caravanning out in the country. Oh, Susan's got in touch to say, for the bucket hat lady, as you shall henceforth be known, I'd put grommets in to let the air circulate. Susan, what a pro tip. That is a brilliant, brilliant pro tip. So just a few little like air holes. Yeah, you get those in bucket hats, don't you? That's a really good idea, actually. You could always use the eyelet function on your sewing machine if you've got that to create some little eyelets as well. But I agree, grommets would be better. Right, that's that one. Very nice. Nice sort of soft sage green background. Very nice. Would work well with bronze or brass metalware, that one. Bit of denim. Bit of denim. Now, denim's always lovely for a bag. This is a sort of medium weight, so this isn't, well, you could make jeans out of this actually. It's a sort of light jeans weight, but very good for bags. But I just want to show you, we've got 3 different shades, the light, the medium and the dark, and I just want to give you a sense of the relative colours. Now, I was just about to say actually, Ben, I would get one of each because I would patchwork these together, possibly with the raw edges on the outside. Yes, the raw edges on the outside, and let that bit of fray, especially if it was like square patchwork, maybe even snip into it to sort of raggedy it up nice like that. It's not often actually that we have this weight of denim by the ½ metre. We normally bundle it for dressmaking. Anyway, let's start with light, ending 9-3. This reminds me of, whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Oh, that sounded awful. We must never, ever start a boy band, Ben and Charlie, ever. Ever. No, that must, it was beautiful, but it must never happen again. No, I'm on the triangle. We've been through this. I'm on triangle. It's quite a heavyweight. It's not super heavyweight. But this is definitely, you could make light jeans or light dungarees out of this as well. Well, that'd be nice actually. Some dungarees. Very nice. Yeah, I like that colour of denim. It's gorgeous. Right, medium weight, oh sorry, medium blue rather, 8-3. Yeah, gorgeous. So just to compare it with dark, that's the dark, and that's the light. Again, bucket hat lady. Bucket hats in denim, that'd be nice. Sorry, my darling Emily. I'm so glad you asked that question actually, because hats are great, aren't they? They're a really fun make. That's the medium, and then the dark, ending 4-3. And I think if you were using that for a bag or a hat, then grab that sort of orange or deep gold top stitch thread. Regular thread is fine, but pick the triple straight stitch on your sewing machine so that it's a really bold, heavy line, you know, to go along the top of your bag or perhaps around a pocket. And maybe if you're putting a pocket on a bag made in this, you know, use a pair of jeans as a sort of template, if you like, and actually have that, you know, that pocket that's very distinct on the back. It's almost like a policeman's badge, police officer's badge. Metallic thread would be nice as well. Why not? Make it pop. Now I've got one more of those patterned cotton canvases. Well, actually I've got a few more over there. This ends 9-7. Yeah, it's a bit Art Deco, isn't it? Susan says, I have to leave you now, but I hope you and hubby enjoy his birthday with plenty of cake and goodies. Thank you, Susan. I haven't got a cake yet. I was going to buy one yesterday, and then I thought it'll be in the back of my car and I'll get home and it will have all melted and it will be nasty. So I'm hoping that I'll have time to get one on my way home. Fingers crossed. Very nice, that. Very nice. Okay. Bit of Tim Holtz. Ending 6-8. So this is franking. Frankly, my dear, I love it. I love it. That's gorgeous. This is called Correspondence. I mean, these days it would be a text or an email, but I think that's a shame. I love receiving a lovely letter, you know. I know it's true. When do we send letters? Perhaps we ought to. Perhaps we should try. I know some years ago there was a real trend amongst sewers, quilters, to create fabric postcards. Do you remember? They were great. So like almost like a little bit of art on one side, and you'd have it on very heavy interfacing like Pelmet or Vilene, and then you could put a stamp on it and you could post them. Let's do it again. Right, next one is ending 9-3. Now this one's got a bit of a sea theme. It's called Underwater Animals. Oh, I like that. That's lovely. These are all good for upholstery, by the way, as well. If you want to reupholster a chair, a stool, a sofa, curtains, blinds, things like that. Perfect. That's gorgeous. I love the sort of subtle purples and greys in there. That's really nice. I like that. I like that. You've got the crab, you've got angelfish, seahorse, pufferfish, octopus, starfish. So Ben's asked, could I eau de coat this? Yes, absolutely. You can eau de coat anything. Ben's asked, could I eau de coat it and then use it as a shower curtain? And I'm going to say no. But if you did want to make a shower, you can make shower curtains out of non-waterproof fabric. But what you do is you make two. So you make one in the outer fabric, and that's going to hang outside the bath. And then you're going to have a second shower curtain made out of something like ripstop. So you'll have the eyelets running through both. So they're joined together, both. But then when you hang it up, this one hangs outside and the ripstop hangs inside. So you can do it. And then, you know, obviously you can pop them in the wash. If you really want to. If you really want to. Yeah, he doesn't want to do that. There we go. Well, I won't force you. I won't force you. Right, now this one we had earlier on, didn't we, as part of the bundle? This is ending 40. This is one of the Moda Think Ink canvas. It's gorgeous, that, isn't it? They remind me a little bit of seed heads. Or constellations, even. Like a little universe. A red cabbage, does it? Does it? Anybody at home think it reminds them of red cabbage? Yeah. 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 Little bit of gold in there as well. Just a little dot. Gorgeous. Love that. It's modern, very arty. Now, if you wanted something to team that with, look, we've got a gorgeous plain ivory cotton solid. This ends 1/8. I will do the solids in just a second. This is a cotton canvas. Isn't that lovely? So that would mix with lots of the other prints that we've had. If you just want a bit of plain. Yeah, we've got some fabulous fabrics actually. I said this to people at Festival of Quilts. After a while, you get a bit quilt blind walking around because you see so many amazing quilts. You end up walking past gorgeous quilts and you barely even notice them because you've seen so many. And I think that could happen today in this hour because there's so many brilliant bag-making fabrics. You could easily miss something really cool, really beautiful. Anyway, that's the solid cream. Great price. Well, £4.49 for a ½ metre. It's wild. Add machine embroidery, hand embroidery, embellishments. Very nice. Right, I've got one more of the printed. This one, oh, you're going to like this. Ending 1/5. Now, I saw a little corner of this. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. That is fabulous. Isn't that beautiful? The palette, it's almost like it's been hand painted. Is beautiful, isn't it? Now that might be worth making into a shower curtain with a ripstop one inside, or a blind for a bathroom, a Roman blind. Oh, in that, gorgeous. And as well with a cotton canvas, that will just give you lovely, doing them the wrong way, that'll give you lovely crisp folds in your, imagine that as a Roman blind. Very nice, very nice. Charlotte's got in touch to say National Letter Writing Day is December the 7th. Would love to know how to make a quilted postcard. Also, my beautiful wadding loving dog, Pie, is 10 today. Pie, good doggy. Happy birthday, Pie. That's lovely. I should tell Charlie, he'll be thrilled. And Pie loves wadding. Charlie loves pie. Different thing. That's lovely. Yeah, it's a great name, isn't it? It's a great name. That is just beautiful fabric. Love that. Love that. Right, okay, let's move on. Let's do some more of the solids. So I showed you the cream already, but look, here are the others that I've got, just to give you an idea of the colours. So we'll go through these because these are your basics, and I know they're not as exciting as a beautiful fabric like this, but they are essentials. They are super useful, and they just provide that little bit of contrast. Either a base for your bag, or for the top band, or a facing. You don't want to run out of these. No, absolutely don't. Right, so let's start with the light grey, ending 04. So it's a nice clean, sort of nice light bright silvery grey. Gorgeous that. Gorgeous. Very nice. Okay, I've got a deeper, now I just want to show you the three greys I've got, just so you can make an informed choice, and just to show you the difference. So white based, clean bright, yeah. This one is almost a blue base, grey, slaty, pewter, charcoal. This one has almost got a greenish grey. Do you see that? It's really important to see them together. Really important to see them together, because you might want cool, you might want warm, you know? So we've done the silver. Let's do this one. This one ends 30. This is charcoal. This is charcoal. Very nice. Very nice. Really important, yeah. Absolutely. And then the last one in the greys, this is ending 17. That's pewter. Black, 08. Gorgeous. And bless him, Charlie, even though it's his birthday today, he said to me, shall I make a nice roast dinner for when you get home? And I said, no, it's your birthday. I said, we'll go out. And he said, no, you'll be tired. He said, we'll go out another night. So I said, well, then we're getting a takeaway. We're doing that because I don't want you cooking, and, you know. So I think the plan is there's a really, really good Indian restaurant nearby, and I think we'll be going all out. We'll be going all out. We'll go big, we'll go home. Starters and everything. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Vegetable bhaji side dish. Oh, yummy. Chicken shashlik, garlic naan. Getting hungry? Oh, really nice, really nice. Mushroom pilau rice. Mushroom pilau. Bye. Navy blue. Navy blue. This is a gorgeous, rich navy blue, isn't it? Really rich. Top stitching looks great on canvas. Use a nice sharp needle, a Microtex. And also, you know, I'm always banging on about changing needle, but definitely when you're making bags, brand new needle. Every time, brand new needle. Because you're using lots of thick layers and often thicker, tougher fabrics, and they will blunt your needle faster. So you know, keep stocked up on your needles, a 90 or 100 usually for bag making. Let's go teal. This is a beautiful colour. 83. That's a gorgeous colour. That's been very popular. That's been very popular. You see, I'm just going to show you this panel very quickly. I'll show you the graphics in a sec, but you could pick any colour. But I'm just seeing these lovely teals here and just thinking, oh, for the base of a bag, you know, lovely, lovely. And then handles the same, gorgeous. I'll show you that in a second. That's the teal, anyway. I've got white. Ending 83. Oh, ivory. Actually, no, you're right. It is more of an ivory. I think so. I think so. Compared with a really sort of bright optical white, you know. A rose pink. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet. 83. Shakespeare, you know. Really, why? Was William Shakespeare a Brummie? Right. Right. Interesting, Brummie. Let's do, is this mauve? Lavender, lilac? Lilac, lilac, lilac. I suppose if you wanted a grey that wasn't actually a grey, that would be rather nice. Joe's message from Kent to say, morning all, happy birthday to Charlie. Thank you, Joe. Hope you both have a fab evening. Would the canvas fabric be good for Sandy's bag? Thank you, Joe. Spot on. Spot on. I'm just going to check. I think, yeah, and it would absolutely be fine for doing your covered piping. I was just checking what it was like for thickness. It would be fine to cover your piping cord as well. And yes, it would still have that slouchiness because, you know, it's not stiff. It's not a stiff fabric at all. It's got a nice sort of movement fluidity to it. Yeah, it'd be ace. And it would be really nice if you wanted to add, you know, hand or machine embroidery to as well, or top stitching. It would be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Right, red next. 74. Again, that would be gorgeous. What about making Sandy's bag for a cyclist to sling round there? You know what I mean? So you could carry your essentials in there. What would that be, like a puncture kit and car keys if it was me. Yeah, a taxi firm number. Oh, do you know, even when I was at my fittest, I just couldn't cycle. Just didn't have the... I want to. I like the look of it. I think it looks great. But I want there to be no cars on the road as well. I want to just be on a road on my own. I suppose what I want is what the country roads were like when I was a child, which was empty and quiet. But now, of course, yeah. And then last one is the powder blue 7.5. Yeah, that's gorgeous. And that's got a lovely brightness to it, hasn't it? It's a nice, bright, clean looking blue. Mmm. Yummy. Right, I teased you a moment ago with this gorgeous panel. That's lovely, isn't it? Like that. It's called what? Aura. Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking it was almost like a sort of tree of life. Or, you know, do you know what I mean? It's got that sort of all seasons in one tree. Because you kind of got spring, you've got winter, spring, summer and autumn. And of course as well, you can pick out any colour you like out of that, including this lovely chocolate brown actually, for the piping or the backing or a little border, something like that. The teal would work really well. It would. It would. Yeah, yeah. It's nice that. Look at the price as well, £2.99. If you make and sell, these very, very keenly priced fabrics I've been showing you this morning are absolutely ideal for that. They really are. You can get a lot of bag out of 1/2 metre. 1, 1.5, sometimes even 2 bags out of 1/2 metre. It depends what size bag you're doing, of course. But now, talking about what would go with that fabric, I've got the coordinate, this ends 30. And this is that same tree, but done at a smaller scale. So if I just put this one next to it, just so that you get a sense of the scale. So, for example, if you wanted to do a cushion with this and have a backing in this, or one cushion in this, one cushion in this, that would look cool. Nice covered piping cord. Sandi showed us how this morning in her last hour. Don't forget, Sandi's coming up in the next hour with her vintage Christmas aprons. There are 3 options, and you get an oven glove, oven mitt as well. That is in the next hour. Been flying out on pre-order. Now, I have got some gorgeous tapestries. Let me grab these ones. Okay. Well, I'm going to grab this one because it's one of my favourite tapestries we do, ending 9.5. Love this one. It's like a kilim, isn't it? Or a quilt. Yeah. Well, now you say you want a quilt in those colours. Now, on the 27th of this month at 8 a.m, I will be celebrating my 2-year anniversary on Sewing Street, Where Is the Time Gone? And I'm doing a very special quilt to celebrate. And I was inspired in part, I'm just going to say, and by that kind of kilim, kind of Mexican, like kind of woven blanket type. Well, anyway, wait and see. 27th of August, it's a date. Maria's messaged me to say, hi, gorgeous Stuart. Oh, Maria, you're spoiling me. Happy birthday to your lovely husband. Can you remember I told you about my daughter? And she is having my 2nd grandson next month. I'm doing her a secret baby shower on Tuesday, so please don't mention it on air. No, Maria didn't put that. I am doing her a secret baby shower on Tuesday. Can you say hello to Holly? I will show her this after the baby shower. Ah, Holly, it's wonderful. I'm so excited for you and for you, Maria, as well. Mwah! Congratulations, and please send lots of pics. Ah, that's lovely news. Right, next up, this one, it's like a flame stitch, ending 3-2. Love these tapestries. Look at, even the lining, even the underside is gorgeous. That's beautiful. That'd make such a gorgeous bag, wouldn't it? Kind of, this next one's a little bit like maple leaves or houndstooth, ending 1-7. That's beautiful. What do you see? Do you see a cat with its tail? Yeah? Oh. What about half square triangles? This is very quilty, 1-4. Just lovely, aren't they? Again, you could use these for Sandi's bag. It won't be as slouchy. Out of all of these fabrics, this is the sort of firmest, the most structured, but actually I think that would work really well. I did ask Sandi before the show if that would work, and she said it would. It just wouldn't have the same slouchiness. And then the last one I'm going to show you before we go to break is this gorgeous kind of rococo bird 98 birds and swirls and beautiful. Oh, this is a William Morris style. This is called William. Just William. I think it's a good time to go for a break. I need to go and have a talk with the boys in the gallery. Honestly, the things I have to put up with. I'll see you after the break when it will be Christmas and Sandi Millichip Massocchi will be joining me and bringing a touch of class.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I can't wait to taste my first mince pie. Sandi, Millichip, Massocchi.
Will November do?
Well, I suppose it will have to.
I will bring
Sandi
one
said to me at the end of the last day, I don't cook. I don't cook.
No, Andrew cooks.
But you've got Andrew, haven't you?
I've got
and he
Andrew. I've got the
definitely
lovely
cooks.
Andrew, and he cooks. He does.
The lovely Andrew, you're such a creep.
I know.
Is he a good cook?
He is a good, very good cook. Yeah, that's why I don't bother.
Fabulous. Well,
he's
great.
too good.
Exactly. Fabulous. Well, Merry Christmas anyway. This hour is Sandi's gorgeous new pattern, the vintage Christmas Pinny and oven mitt. This has been ever so popular on pre-order.
Oh.
Lots of you jumped on before 8 a.m. this morning to get this. This is the pattern on its own. $9.99. I'm going to open this up. This is a brand new pattern from Family Comforts. For an extra £10, if you bought anything today, get this home. You've got your full-size pattern pieces for your oven glove and also your applique. Now, you've included some applique shapes in here, haven't you?
I did, yes, because we've got a panel for them, but I thought if you've not bought the panel or you want to use it again, it'd be nice to have the templates in there just to do a bit of applique as well.
Really nice idea, love that. So you've got all of your full-size pattern pieces.
Yeah.
You've also got your labels that you can cut out. This is a lovely touch.
So I do that in all the patterns. And I would suggest to maybe photocopy that first. So then if you cut them all out and you do lose a bit, you can always have another one for the next time.
And this is just so you can label up your pattern
just so
pieces.
you can label up your pattern pieces.
It's a lovely extra touch, isn't it? Lovely extra touch. Gorgeous picture of you there, very nice. And then you've got all your instructions, what you need to cut out, lovely detailed instructions as well. You're now ready to host your Christmas festivities. I love that. Really good photographs as well, step-by-steps for every step of the way.
I was relegated to the back on that one, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there you are. Gorgeous, relegated. Nobody puts baby in the corner. So there's your pattern for £9.99. And you get instructions for both the apron, the appliques, there's embellishments there, and also as well your oven mitt. You're wearing one of them. I feel, Sandy, like I need to get you in the centre. Come meet me in the middle. Look at you. Look at that. We're just getting our pose ready. We're just getting our pose ready. I'm going to smooth you over slightly. Look at that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I want one.
Thank you. There's one here for you.
Oh, fantastic. Well, actually, let's just grab that while we're here. I should actually pop it on, shouldn't I? Let me just adjust that a little bit. So I don't mess up my lovely hair. There we go. Will you do me up at the back, please?
Indeed.
Thank you. Pull it really tight. Tighter, tighter,
Put my knee in there.
Ooh, absolutely. It's like we're getting ready for a Renaissance drama, isn't it? Have I got a 16-inch waist now?
15.
All right. I'll do the funnies. There we go. Come on, you. How do we look? I'm ready to cook a turkey.
Don't look at me when you say that.
Lovely. Gorgeous. Wow. We keep that on now. Right, perfect. Oh, that is actually quite tight.
Is it quite tight? Sorry.
I'm going to have heaving bosoms in a minute. Oh, go back 200 years. Right. Let's have a look at the fabric kits. Okay. Right, should we do the one I'm wearing? Because I think if this isn't selling it, nothing will. All right, so we've got 1 metre of the gold holly printed fabric. That's fabulous. Look at that. You're also getting your a metre of your chartreuse green. So this is fully lined. Can you see? Let me just show you. Look, your apron is fully lined. Just flat. Sorry, do beg your pardon. You're also getting a little printed panel. This is gorgeous. Look, you've got your little embellishments there that you can add to your pocket, maybe to the lapel, something like that. A few little embellishments and a label, of course. This apron now belongs to Stuart Hillard. Thank you. And of course, you get your instructions as well, all for £26.99. I think that's phenomenally good value. Absolutely brilliant. You're paying £16.99 for all your fabrics. That is wonderful. Really good. 2 meters of fabric, you've got your printed panel, you've got your full instructions. And of course, remember, you don't need the panel to make this apron. You can make it again and again and again. You've even got some applique shapes in there. Yes. Beautiful. So that's our first version. Now I've got 2 more versions. Let's do Snowflake Red, which is the one that Sandy's wearing. So, main body of the apron is this gorgeous kind of natural seeded background, and then it's been overprinted with red snowflakes and little gold stars. Excuse me. You've also got your lining fabric, metre of that, a metre of your lining fabric, which is this gorgeous Christmas red. Okay, then some appliques. Some appliques. This is your snowflake applique that goes with. So you've got a nice big, in fact, you know, if you didn't want to do appliques, you could do a pot holder.
Yes.
Couldn't
yeah,
you?
You could. That'd be lovely.
Or some coasters.
Yes.
Very nice. Or even Christmas tree decorations.
Yeah. And you'd have enough left with the red fabric to do on the back of it as well.
Oh, amazing. Amazing. And, of course, your pattern. Steph says, what on earth's going on? Are Sissy and Ada back?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Sissy and Ada. Oh, my goodness. Which is the pretty one? Neither of them were they? Let's be honest. I'll pop that to one side. So our final option, and this is the one that you're going to be making.
This is what I'm making, yeah.
Oh, I've got a tickle, sorry.
Do you want me to get you some water?
I'll be all right, my love, thank you. I'm okay. Right, sorry about that. Right, this is our last option. Oh, this is gorgeous, because not only have you got plaid, I mean Christmas plaid, hello, you've got gold snowflakes overprinted, but also within your plaid, you've got metallic or lurex thread, the green and the red. That is absolutely beautiful. Can you see that? Isn't that gorgeous? So that's your main body of the apron. You've got this fur green, I think. And then your applique bottle. Oh, lovely. Beautiful Christmas pudding. There's your appliques. I make a Christmas pudding every year.
Do you? When do you start making it?
October.
Do you?
Always do it October half term from school. That's a throwback to when I was a teacher.
Yes.
And then, you know, I make it. It takes 2 days to make. I steam it for 8 hours. I store it. Christmas Day, I steam it for another 2 hours. I bring it to the table, you know, and everyone goes, oh, is there anything else?
Oh, no.
And I say, yeah, Charlie knocked up a trifle this morning. It took him an hour. And everyone goes, oh, yes, please, let's have trifle. And I slink away,
I'd have the pudding. I love Christmas pudding.
Do you?
I do.
Do you want to come for Christmas?
Yes, please.
Fine. You're cooking.
Okay.
Bring your own apron.
I always do cook Christmas dinner.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Nice.
With a bit of help from Andrew, but I normally cook the Christmas dinner.
Oh, do you? Nice. Right. And of course you get your pattern. All for £26.99. Wonderful. Now I've got a few other embellishments that you might like to add. Let me show you this. I've got broderie anglais. Broderie anglais. Now my apron, I'm just going to pop it there on the table. There we go. So, hiya.
You'll have to have that now, won't you?
What I want is little legs on the table. Lovely, right. I've got broderie anglais. Broderie anglais. Frilled white broderie anglais. So this is already kind of almost gathered. By the half metre, it's £2.45 per half metre. It's cut to order. We need
about 2 metres.
2 metres.
Yes.
2 metres. 4 units to go around your apron. Right. Okay, that's that. Will you show me what's on yours?
Yes.
Come over here, you.
Are you ready?
Love it. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's very elegant.
It is.
I'd expect nothing less from you.
Thank you.
Gorgeous. So that is the polyester off-white. I'm not... Go on, you say it. What's it called?
I can't read that there.
Gris Pure lace.
Ooh.
Gris Pure. Something like that.
Yes.
Anyway, gorgeous lace. Again, half a metre, £4.55. So you want 2 metres. Okay,
And you
super.
just need to pleat that round the corners, whereas the broderie anglais will just go around the corner.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's that. Now then, I've also got something. This is a little bit different. Now, we were saying, weren't we, Sandy? Not necessarily suitable for the
not
apron.
for the pinny, probably not, no. Unless you cut it in half, maybe.
We really like this though.
It's very different, isn't it?
This is amazing value as well, because it's crocheted. Okay, you're getting a 1.8 metre roll of it for £3.55. It's cotton, it's saying cotton lace, but it is crochet. But look at that. Now, I think that's amazing. You could cut it down the middle.
Yes.
Which would make it that wide. And you've got a nice edging, and I would actually insert that in a seam.
Yes,
of
yes,
something.
I would, because then it'd stop any. I don't think it would fray, but just in case it would, yes, I would. So when you're making the bottom of your pinny, whereas I put this lace over the top, I would put that inside it before you sew it up.
Yes, quite.
And that would work. That would be quite pretty.
It would. Or you could just get a Christmassy fabric, and you could actually run that down the middle of it to create a table runner, couldn't you?
You could, which would look really pretty.
If I just grab that out, you know what I mean? And then just run that down the middle and then just top stitch it. And you've also got the opportunity, because of this, where you could thread fine ribbon through it.
Pretty,
could do all sorts with that. £3.55. It's amazing, isn't it? That's for the red. Now I've also got it in the green. It's like holly leaf green.
Yes.
Here we go. Sort of pine. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. I'm just going to put something light behind it so we can just really see. Isn't that lovely? Absolutely gorgeous. And that is £3.20. £3.20. So that's less. £3.20. We don't understand why, but there you are. Amazing. Amazing. Great value. Now, one more thing we have on the table, and I'm very, very curious about what this is doing here. It's from Dewy Jumbo, and it is, isn't that for planting bulbs?
No, it's the So Useful tool.
The So Useful tool?
Yes.
What do we use that for?
We can use it for all sorts. I use it in this so that when you're turning things inside out, because it's really sort of soft, it's not too pointy, you can really get in there into like bags. So if you've got big bags and you're trying to get a really nice smooth corner on it, you can do that. It's got a little measure at the side of it that you can do. If you're putting sort of piping on and things, sometimes people hold it here so you can use it. Sometimes when you're ironing, if you're ironing something, especially like with the straps that I'm doing, you can burn yourself if you've got steam on it. So if you folded it, you can just hold it and then pull it along and iron it.
Oh,
so there's
useful.
Loads of people keep coming up with all sorts of things. So I worked with Dewy with this, and I've been demonstrating it for her. So it's a fabulous tool because she's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely. Love it. Love it. It's the Dewy Jumbo, the So Useful tool for £16.99. Jackie's message to say, good morning, Stuart. Can I please ask about the fabulous quilt behind you? Thanks. This one right here, this is going to be in the 12 o'clock hour, Jackie, so stay tuned. I have a kit for this. Stick around. Right. Show me how to make a pinny, please.
Okay. Right. So again, I was thinking, as I say, I always make the Christmas dinner, and you're all dressed up, you've got all your friends round, and you don't want to just have something quite drab on. So I thought, if you make, and I think sort of like pinnies always remind me of my mum, because she always wore a pinny. I think people always used to, didn't they? So, and not quite as much anymore. So I thought it'd be really nice to make a sort of a vintagey style pinny, so that you could wear it Christmas Day or whenever any friends are coming round. So I've made two little tabs. So one's the smaller one here. So making that is a bit like the binding here. So it's one strip. I'll do it on the plane so you can see. So all the measurements are in the pattern. So it's a strip, you would fold it in half and iron it, open it out, fold the two sides in, iron them, and then fold it over again. And that makes your necktie and also your little clasp on the other side to fasten your pinny with.
Okay.
So on this side it's got raw edges, but on one of the sides on your necktie, because it's loose, you need to fold the edge in.
Okay.
So you've got that. So then you take the top of the pinny and place one on one side and just pop a pin down it. And again, all the measurements are in the pattern. And you want it just a little bit further in, because then when you're sewing it up, it's not going to catch.
Right, okay.
And it's not sort of very, so you can see there's just like a little edging on the side here.
Do you know where the name Pinny comes from?
Do you know, I don't. Do you?
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know where
Because it's
Pinny?
apron, isn't it?
Apron,
So,
apron.
but people call, I like
Pinny.
the penny, yeah. My mum always used to say a penny, put your penny on.
The only thing I wonder is, just to guess, is that quite often in the past they did not have the strap here, and you would button or pin them on.
Yes. So pin, it could be.
Or is it from pinafore?
Because it's a sort of a pinafore, because often there was sort of like a tabardy type pinafore as well,
Apparently
wasn't
it does come from the word pinafore.
Does it?
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Now I want to know where pinafore comes from.
Right. Oh,
Ancient Greek, probably.
Right, so I'm going to just sew along here, literally quite a sort of almost a scant quarter of an inch there,
Okay.
just to keep that on. And then I tend to just run a stitch all the way along the top. So again, just sort of adds a bit of stability to the top of the pinny.
Got you. So this is just sort of basting those bits in place.
Yes.
I love the fact that the whole apron's completely lined as well, because that adds a bit of, it adds structure, but it also adds a bit of extra safety, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Protection.
Yeah, so if something hot splashes you, because you've got a couple of layers there, it's not going to go right through. So
No,
it's...
and you take those sizzling roast potatoes out of the oven.
There we go, so we've got that. Now when I'm doing this, I put a pin on the back of it, just to keep that straight. And I put a pin here as well.
Can I just, is it
Yes.
all right if I
do
move
you want me
you
to move
over
me
a little bit?
Yes,
Just a little bit, if that's
There
all
we-
right.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. There we go.
Is that
Is that
okay?
better? Yep. There we go.
I feel like we're on Saturday Kitchen.
We do. What are you
quite
making?
exciting.
I'm making mince pies later. Stick around.
No, I'm sorry, but that's just taunting. That's just cruel. I'm making them later, obviously when I'm not here.
I'll send them to you. So I'm going to just hook that in, and then I'm going to gather that in the middle, and again I'm going to put a pin on the
Why so?
back. Now then, that's because when I'm sewing the outside,
Yep.
I don't want to get that stuck. So it's not going to get stuck in it. But if I put a pin on the inside, when I've sewn it all up and I'm turning it inside out, I'm going to stab myself with that pin inside. Whereas before I stop, I can take the pins out at the back.
Great tip.
So that's what if there's a pin around, I end up stabbing myself.
You'll stab
with
yourself
it.
on it. I'm the same.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
I'm dreadful.
I made a lovely messenger bag once, finished it, put it on my shoulder. As soon as I put it on my shoulder, ow!
Oh, no, and
I'd left a pin
in it.
inside the shoulder strap.
Oh, so
And
did you have to unpick it
You had to take the shoulder strap and make a new one.
Oh, no.
You only do that once.
You do. Yes, I've done that with a bag, left a pin in the middle of it somewhere. Yeah.
So now I'm like a surgeon. I
Yes.
count them in and I count them out again.
That's a good idea, yes. Run a magnet over them just in case on the way out, don't you?
Yes.
Right, so I'm literally going to just quick pin round the sides.
Okay.
So again, you can clip or pin, but because it's quite a big piece, I would give it a quick pin.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just pin this very quickly so that we can get most of it done today. Now, when you get to the bottom, leave an opening gap.
Okay. How
So,
big?
About a hand's width.
Okay, perfect.
So, and I put the pins, a double pin there, just to remind me that I need to stop there. And then I need to start again about there.
Okay, lovely.
Okay. And also do reverse stitch either side of that, just so that when you're pulling it through, it's not going to snap.
Okay, perfect.
There we go.
Yeah, if I don't do the double pin, I just
You
forget
just
and I just whiz round.
How many times have we done that? And then
Yeah.
the old seam picker comes
Yeah,
out, doesn't it?
it does.
There we go. So you want to just make sure that's in a bit, but I put the pin there to keep that straight. Otherwise, when you're sewing it, it may sort of just go slanted a bit, and you don't want that, so I've put the pins there. There we go. And I've taken the pins off the back of those two because I put them on the front here with this.
Okay, so are you sewing all around now?
I'm going to just sew all the way around apart from the turning.
Okay, awesome.
Marks. There we go.
Details on screen, by the way, are for the Christmas pudding tartan kit. That's the one, now I'm not wearing it, Sandy's not wearing it. It's the one that uses this gorgeous lurex tartan.
It's beautiful,
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Who doesn't love a bit of lurex at Christmas?
Oh, well, I mean, all bets are off, aren't they? You can have as much sparkle and glitter as you like.
Mind you, I don't think you should just keep it for Christmas, should you?
True enough. True enough.
You should sparkle every day, I
yeah.
think. When I was at college, I used to put gold on everything, gold or silver on everything, on all my artwork. And I had a task one time. Our teacher said to us, do you think you can make something without lining it with gold or silver? I was going, I don't know if I can, actually. I said, they used to call me the glitter queen because I used
Love that.
everything had a little bit. And I just think it makes it. If I'd look at my piece of work and I think, it's missing something. I'll just line that in gold, and it used to just pop. It was lovely.
And what was it you were doing at college?
I was doing soft furnishings and art for City and Guilds.
Oh, lovely. Just going to let you carry on with your sewing there, Sandy.
Again, it's a very quick pinny to put together. It's lovely. So if you're short of a present for somebody at Christmas as well, it's really nice.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if you're going round to somebody's, if you're going round for a meal at somebody's house, it'd be lovely to take for somebody. So if you're going to somebody's house at Christmas, like I'm coming to yours, I'll make a pinny for you and bring it, Stuart, when I come in.
Yes, please. Yes,
Would Charlie like one too?
Oh, yeah. We do a lot of cooking together, actually.
Yes.
We do. We dovetail quite nicely. But also, Charlie's very good at just, he'll cook the dinner or I'll cook the dinner, you know.
Yeah.
And
me and Andrew do as well. If I'm really busy, which sort of at the moment I am, he'll tend to make the dinner when he comes home. But when we're having a special dinner or having people round, we always cook together, and I think it's really nice in the kitchen cooking together, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just taking the corners off with the pinking shears, but I would go all the way round that with the pinking shears. Then I'm going to turn it inside out and take the pin out at the back first.
Derek sent a message to say, isn't Pinny an abbreviation of pinafore? Yes, we got there.
Yes.
But Derek, what does pinafore?
Pinafore.
I'd love to know the root of that. Go on, Charlie. Pinafore.
And this is where I'd use my little So Useful tool. So just sort of to get in those corners.
Oh, do you know, it makes so much sense.
You know you're not going to push it through because it's not too sharp on it. Whereas if you've got sort of like a knitting needle or something like that, it can often go through.
Yeah.
Whereas this, it doesn't, because it's got that lovely sort of rounded soft end.
Got you.
And it's brilliant to sort of really just get in those corners and get it all out and just smooth it along. I reach for it so many times in my room.
Yeah, no, useful to have. It is called the very useful tool, isn't it?
The So Useful tool.
So useful.
So useful tool.
Now, this will enlighten everyone.
Right.
So pinafore.
Yes.
Comes from, now sort of right, that pinning.
Yes.
Because they were pinned on, and a four in front. Pin a four.
Oh, right.
So they were pinned to the front of a dress or a shirt or whatever. At the front. Pin a four.
Oh, fantastic.
So there we go.
Oh,
Pinny.
And then it got put down to Pinny. So as I say, spend a bit more time and really sort of get those crisp. And then I would just go all the way around that and sew that, which if I've got time I will do, but I'll carry on with what else I'm doing.
So you make the top part of the pinafore in isolation?
Yes.
Completely?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And literally just do need to be over here again. Just do a top stitch all the way round, and then that will sort of close the opening gap up as well. So the opening gap, when you're ironing it, will just go back in there, and then that's the top bit of your pinny finished.
Fab.
Then we do the pocket next. So on the pocket, I've put my applique Christmas pudding. I think I've got here. So if people haven't used Bond or Web before, if you get cut out what you want, so if I was cutting out this one, I've got pinking shears here. Don't cut close to the edge, so leave a little bit of a gap round it. And then on the rough side, got two sides to your Bondo web. One side's just slightly shinier and rougher than the other, and you want it just a little bit smaller than your applique, unless you've got an applique mat, in which case it doesn't matter at all. So those are fab as well, aren't they? The applique
like
mats.
the Teflon
Yes,
sheets.
They're fantastic. But if you haven't got one of those, just be careful and just make sure that it's a little bit smaller than your what you're going to put on, and then give it a good iron over the top.
So that's ironing the Bondo web to the back.
That's right. And then we'd cut this out, leave it till it's cooled down a little bit, otherwise it is quite warm. We haven't got time for that today.
No. So you can embellish this as much or as little as you like.
I mean, I would sort of maybe put some little sequins on there, little, you know, seed beads on there. You could put some metallic threads on the holly leaf.
That'd
You
be
could
nice.
really go to town with it.
Yeah, you could.
So I've just sort of put it on. I thought I'll leave it to your imagination to what you could do with it. Because I love embellishing things.
Oh yeah, why not?
A bit like a magpie.
Glitter
like,
queen.
Yeah, I don't know, the glitter queen.
Fabulous.
And
so that's
then-
all done.
And then you would just score the back, and then that peels off, and then you can just, so if you wanted it on the front, you'd peel it off, put it on, and then iron it, and then that comes on, and then I would then sew round it like I've done with the oven mitt.
So what stitch, just to have a
Now
look at
that's-
home,
yeah.
what stitch would you use for sewing around?
I would use a satin stitch. So on your machine, you've got like a zigzag stitch, which is number 11 on here. Then you can alter the width and the length of it, can't you, as well? So on my machine, I use it 0.45 and 4.
Okay.
So it's
So you want quite a wide and
but
short,
very short.
very short.
Yes, yeah.
So that rather than looking like a zigzag, it's so
It's more-
close,
yes.
it's literally...
So it's sort of more a satin stitch on it, yes.
Perfect. Well, that covers the raw edge completely,
Yes,
doesn't it?
Because Bondo web, it sticks really well, but then if you start washing it, which with the Pinny you will do, it will start to peel off. So then if you just, now you could use free motion on that. You could use just a straight stitch to go around that. So I'm just going to do a straight stitch on this one because it takes a little bit of time to do a satin stitch. I could do a little bit of satin stitch along the bottom.
So you're working, that's the pocket, isn't it? The
Yes,
pocket
this
piece.
is the pocket piece here. So let me just...
And I
what
noticed
side
as
would
well, you've ironed that to a piece of, is that H640?
Yes, so I've
Okay.
just put some H640 on the back. Now, again, you don't have to, but I think, again, it just adds that little bit of protection.
Yeah, yeah.
So you've got a little bit of stability there. Pop it off. You've got a little bit of stability there.
Yeah.
If you're sort of popping tea towels in there, you don't want to get it greasy, and it's just easy to make it nice and thick as well.
Yeah, no, I
So
like
that's
that.
why. But as I say, that's sort of like an option. You don't have to, but it does say it on mine that you can do. There we go. So on this one, we've got it at 4 and 0.8.
Oh,
I'm
I
just
see,
going
and
to-
that gives quite a robust line,
Yes,
doesn't it?
Yeah. And that's just going to go round. Now with this, I would maybe use a gold embroidery thread in your machine for this.
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Which would be lovely to go round here.
What would you use in the bobbin if you were using metallic in the top?
I would use just an ordinary thread in the bottom.
Just ordinary?
Don't put the metallic in the bottom at all.
No. And
So
what sort of
just-
colour?
I would use a cream, or in fact, it doesn't really matter too much because if your tension's right, the bottom thread isn't going to show through anyway.
Okay.
So as long as, if you find that it's coming through, then the tension's too tight, so you
Okay.
need to loosen it a bit. And it depends on different machines, will tell you the presser foot may need to be just slightly less as well. And then when you're going around the corner, just literally slow down with your stitching and just take it round. There we go.
Okay.
So yeah, you could keep in what you've got on your bottom thread. Between about a 40-50 weight I would have in there.
Okay.
And then use your metallic on the top. And you can get needles for metallic threads as well, because sometimes you'll find they'll shred
Yes.
the threads. So if you've got a proper metallic needle, which will go in most machines, if you get sort of like a universal metallic needle, when you get to the top here, if it's going, just stop it, turn it a little bit, and then just carry on round. If your point's just a little bit too steep for it. So again, at the bottom here. There we go. And what I would do is I would get a little bit of material first and just check that the stitch that you've got is the right one. So it's not too wide, it's not too close together, because you can have it too close together.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't sort of stitch out very well, it'll pucker quite a lot.
That does look lovely. I suppose the H640 or quilt batting on the back acts as a stabiliser.
I mean, if you get the thermolam for the oven mitt, you could always put that on the front here as well. So then if you happen to lean against the cooker or something, you've got like a bit of protection there as well, so you can always put that. So I just happen to have a little bit of H640 around and I put that on. But again, if you don't want to, just put a little bit of stabiliser on the back when you're doing this.
Yeah.
There we go.
And I love your idea about using some beads, some metallic threads. Oh, doesn't that look smart? That is fabulous.
Oh, sorry.
Looks so smart. And that's just done using like a silver grey.
Yes.
Which also looks really good.
And then if you did free motion, you could sort of go around the white sauce that's on it. You could go around the holly leaves.
Brilliant. That just give you an idea of the sort of relative width of the stitching.
And you see the H640, you don't need anything else on it. It'll sew really nicely with it.
Yeah.
Then, sorry, my love. Then we take the lining and put it over the top. Now again, I'm just going to clip this one because you've got the H640 on it. It's quite sturdy, so I find the little clips are great for this. So we need to leave an opening gap at the bottom. So I'm going to put my double pins there again to remind me. And again, just about a hand width, because if you're doing bags, you've got quite thick interfacing in it sometimes, haven't you? And you need to sometimes leave a bit wider opening gap, I feel.
Yeah.
But with this, it's quite soft, so you can squish it through on not too large a gap.
Okay. Fab.
So I'm just going to sew. So I'm going to start at one of the opening gaps here, and just with a straight stitch. So I'll go back to 01 again. I'm just going to sew all the way, and again, just start off and finish with a reverse stitch, so that when you are turning it over, it won't. Let me just move those out of the way a bit. There we go. And then again, with your curve, just go slowly round the curve. You don't need to stop. Just take it round, and your material will go round with it.
Okay.
Some people, I think, are wary of sewing on curves, aren't they? But they are quite easy to do. So you don't need to stop. Like at the top here, it's a square, so we'll stop out here and then lift up and turn round.
You pivot, yeah.
We pivot. But when it's on the corner, I just take it slower sometimes. Depends if I'm in a reckless mood or not.
Oh yeah, absolutely, always.
Depends what I'm listening to on the radio at the time.
Do you like to listen to the radio while you sew?
I listen to music and I listen to audiobooks as well.
Oh, nice.
I get very carried away with an audiobook.
Favourite?
I like Santa Montefiore. She's really good. She was Tara Palmer Tompkinson's sister.
Oh, right, okay.
And she does some fantastic books. I've just finished one of hers now. But she's, I think I've read virtually all of hers. I've just read her latest one as well.
Okay.
Which
What sort of genre?
They're often set in two times. So it's often like today,
Yeah.
and then it goes back because he finds something, a letter maybe, or a relative, and they go back. And sometimes it's also about life after death as well. She's quite into that. So it's really some of
I think I might need to read one of her books.
Brilliant. The latest one I think is We'll Meet Again. And, but it's so sad at the end.
Is it? Oh, don't. No spoilers.
Oh, well, I won't tell you what happens, but it is sad. And I was sat there crying. I couldn't sew anymore.
Oh, dear.
It was happy sad. It was sort of happy sad.
So that's an audio book?
Yes. So I'm sat there and I phoned Andrew up going, I can't sew, I'm crying in case you're not reading another, listening to another book. Now again, I would pink that all the way around, and especially around the corners, and I just trim that off. I'm just going to do the corners just so it gives it a nice curve.
Yeah.
There we go. And then I'll just do this one. But as I say, I would go all the way around
Yeah.
it if I've got time. There we go. And trim that bit there.
And trim the corners.
Yep. And then we'll turn that inside out.
Yeah.
Again, using our lovely tool. Because you
Of
can
course.
get right in the corners with it.
Yeah, because I have been guilty of doing it with things like crochet hooks
Yes, which
and
are
pushing
quite
them
sharp,
through,
yes.
and scissors, of course,
Yes.
which also end up going through your fabric.
You need a so useful tool. You do. Look at that, you see, you can just get it. So you can get the points out, and you can get
I suppose they're
curve in
useful
it.
with things like your bear making as well for
very,
turning.
yeah, very useful.
We'll put the details on screen actually. Just when you think you've got everything you need.
And the other day I was doing, I think it was when I was putting the pocket on one of them, I was thinking, I tend to do a lot of them by eye, because you've sort of done them a lot of times and you're thinking, right, that's quite
Sure.
good. And I thought, it's going to be on telly, I need to just sort of check that. There you go. You can use this to do it.
Can I?
Yes,
Can I have a
there you
go?
have a go.
Oh gosh, that is nice actually, being
Yes.
wooden, isn't it?
Yes.
It does have a sort of, it's a sympathetic material
It's beautiful. It's
to
very
go with the
tactile.
fabric,
Yes,
yeah.
And so I was sort of putting the pocket on. I thought, right, I'm sure that is right. And I didn't have anything else on me other than this. And it's got little measurements at the side. So I just measured it. I thought, yep, that's absolutely
Oh,
fine. So
perfect.
that's really good as well. So again, we need to just pop the opening gap in. And then iron that closed. Whoops. Got a mind of its own.
Margaret says, I love my audiobooks too, Sandy.
Gee, what do you listen to, Margaret?
I do always like a recommendation.
Oh, I tell you, another one that's brilliant was the Seven Sisters book by a lady called Lucinda Riley.
Oh, right.
There were 7 books about the stars, the Pleiades, Seven Sisters, and each one was a sister.
Ah.
And they were absolutely amazing. And again, that was another one that was sad at the end. Now, I would now...
It's a bit of a theme running on, isn't there?
I'm terrible. I do cry a lot at books. I'm terrible. Do you cry
Oh, I
at a
cry
book?
at adverts.
Oh, do you?
I cry at adverts.
I
Charlie and
cry
I
at
make
anything.
each other cry.
Do you?
We do, because we both know what will make us cry.
Really? Oh, God.
And so we end up looking at each other at just that moment, and it's when we look at each other, that's the
it.
point at which we burst into
I
tears.
know. If I'm watching a film, I daren't look at Andrew, and he daren't look at me either.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Margaret says, morning all. Just to say, Stuart, the week has been so educational with all the hints and tips that you and your guests have been so generous in sharing. Oh, that's lovely, Margaret.
Lovely.
Thank you.
I think sewers are very helpful with tips, aren't they? There you go. So
Well,
we've got
we're
that.
constantly doing, aren't we? And you learn by doing.
Oh, you do. I mean, I've sewn for... I can't remember the time when I didn't sew, but you still learn so much every day. It's amazing.
Well, I was on a couple of days ago with Jules Fallon.
Oh, right,
and
yes.
learned how to do a jetted pocket. And now I can't wait to put it on a bag.
Oh, lovely.
She was putting it on trousers,
yes.
her hero trousers, which are gorgeous. But now I'm going to put a jetted pocket on a bag, because you don't always want to put a zip in.
No, you don't.
And it has
Just
a similar.
sort of in the corner, would you put it? Sort of.
I'd say, well, even inside,
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
where you might put a zipped letterbox
Yes.
pocket. But yeah, just a gorgeous jetted pocket. So I'm going to have a go.
Lovely. I don't think. I mean, the day you sort of stop learning is a sad day, really, isn't it?
I
always
hope
feel
it never
that-
comes.
Well, this is it. There's always so many things that you can learn. Because I don't think you can learn everything about sewing, because there's always something, isn't there, that you don't know.
Absolutely. Teresa says, I love an audio book, but I find I get so engrossed, I forget to sew.
I know, so it makes me so quicker, actually, because I'm listening to it and I'm sewing away and I find myself getting quicker
Well,
and
I'm the
quicker
same
with
with
it.
podcasts. Now, I've always
Oh,
said
I
I've
like a good
never
podcast.
listened
Yes.
to music, the radio, nothing
Yes.
while I'm sewing. It's always like the sound of silence. But just in the last year, I discovered kind of podcasts and listening to those.
Yes.
And what I find is that I sew for longer
Yes.
I don't need so many breaks.
No. And you don't procrastinate the same either, do you? Because if my phone pings, I tend to sort of like have a quick look at it. But if I've got my book on or anything, it doesn't ping because it's just doing the book, and I just sort of get totally engrossed in it. And podcasts as well, yeah. What's your favourite podcast?
Oh gosh. Well, this would be quite revealing, actually. I've been listening recently to a podcast called Morbid.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And is it morbid?
Well, it's true crime.
Oh, brilliant.
Which is something that I've never been particularly into.
Yes.
But I came across it by accident. And, you know, some of particularly the historical ones have been fascinating. And I also love Haptic and Hue.
Oh, I've not heard of that.
Haptic and Hue, which is brilliant. And that is all about textiles and fabric and thread and sewing. Yes. So if you want to listen to one that's all about that, then Haptic and Hue.
Haptics, and how are you spelling that?
Haptic, H-A-P-T-I-C.
And
haptic means the feel of fabric, I believe.
Is that sort of like, it sounds almost Egyptian, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. Haptic. The hue, of course, is the colour.
That's right, yes.
And the haptic is the feel of it. Think, if I remember rightly.
Lovely. They're great podcasts because you can learn so much again, can't you? I listen to quite a lot of quilting podcasts. So all I'm doing here is I'm just sewing the pocket on. I would have done a top stitch along here first, but then I'm just going to sew it on. Again, there's a placement on the pocket, on the pattern as well for where to put it. But if you like your pocket lower down, higher up, it's entirely up to you. There we go. And again, do a good reverse stitch at the top here. I tend to go backwards and forwards a couple of times because that's where your pressure is when you're putting your hand in your pocket.
I know I keep mentioning it, but this is where, again, you could use your green machine because you could put rivets either side of the pocket.
Do you know, I've got one and I've never thought of doing that. That's a lovely idea. I like that.
You can do it here as well, can't you, on your...
If you've got because you could make the tie bit out of leather. I think they look really nice.
They do look nice.
So if you've got maybe some of the leather strapping that you bought for the bag and stuff, you could put that on and rivet those on. That would be really nice as
Does it affect the washability?
If it was real leather, it may do. But if it was the faux leather, as long as
just
it was
gentle.
in gentle wash, it shouldn't do. But if you wanted real leather on it, maybe you just have to sort of wash it by hand. And just sort of so that the leather doesn't get... now that I'm going to put the lining over the top. Now, if you had, like we said, if you had the thick lace, you would put that now inside it. But I'm going to put the broad angle along the front of it.
Got you.
So I'm going to put these two together.
But rick-rack would be nice too, wouldn't it?
Yes, there's lots of... I mean, you don't have to put lace on it at all, but things like that would be lovely.
See, I do, again, Christmas. The rick-rack comes out, the
little
pom-pom trim.
Could you imagine pom-poms round there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
How lovely would that
I
look?
love pom-pom trim.
And you could pop a blob of glue on it and put some glitter on them as well. Have glittery pom-poms on your finish.
Sandi, Millichip, Massocchi, could you make something that doesn't have pom-poms on?
Or glitter. That would be boring.
Wouldn't it be boring?
I know. My daughter reins me in every so often. She goes, Mum, too much.
But you see, even if I was doing one of those sort of natural woodland Christmases, you know, I would still have to put a bit of silver or gold glitter on the pine cones. Or a bit of that, do you know what I mean?
Did you used to do that when you were little? We used to have the pine cones and put glue and glitter. Those glitter. We used to have egg boxes and put glue on those and sprinkle glitter on it from the little tubes that you used. I think it's my mum's fault. She used to bring glitter out with all my crafting stuff. So I'll blame it all on her.
Gorgeous.
Right. So with this, we've just literally pinned it together. Right.
Yep.
So your pocket's inside. Now we're going to leave the top open.
Completely open.
Completely open. And I'm just going to whiz round the outside. Am I doing good?
Oh, Christine says, loving the show. Sandi and Stuart, you look so smart in your pinnies. I'm watching while I'm making soup.
Oh, what sort of soup is it?
I
love soup.
Me too, and I love homemade soup.
Yes. I make quite a good homemade soup.
What kind?
Chicken and vegetable with butternut squash, roasted butternut squash in it. and I add all sorts to it. It's never the same.
No.
I do my patterns like I do my cooking. I sort of just chuck things in. I never follow it. I'm terrible. But I think it's nice, isn't it, to just... and again, we're just whizzing around
and it also stops you wasting food.
Yes.
I remember once making soup and I'd got like 3/4 of a bag of salad leaves in the fridge.
Yes.
That I wasn't going to eat, so I threw them into the salads. And of course it was just like throwing spinach into something. You know, they wilted, I blended it, and I felt so chuffed that I'd used these salad leaves up.
Because you can have cooked lettuce, can't you? It's really nice.
Well, they just kind of cooked down to almost nothing, you know. Yeah, so it worked well. Come on, Christine, what are you making? We need to know.
We need to know.
We need a flask.
Oh gosh, yes. It's almost getting that weather time, isn't it?
It is.
I don't know what happened to the summer.
And Charlie and I are absolute monsters for Parmesan croutons. Or any kind of crouton.
Do you make those with bread or just with the cheese and put those in the oven?
Oh, stop it. Just with the cheese. So just cheese crisps?
Yes, no. Do you?
Oh, no, Sandi.
No, you see, I can't eat the bread, so I just...
fair enough, no.
Unless I've gluten-free bread, which is never the same. I took Andrew for a lovely meal for his birthday.
Oh, was that recent?
Yes, it was last month. He's an old,
happy birthday.
He's an old age bench.
Stop, is he?
Yes,
Oh, he's looking fabulous.
He does look good, doesn't he, for it?
Yes.
He does. There we go. So we've gone round. So again, I would pink that all the way round and round the corners as well. But I'm not going to today.
Okay.
I'm going to be a bit of a rebel. And again,
Mo's what? Oh, sorry.
No. I was going to say I'd use Dewey's tool again and just go all round those corners. There we go.
I think I need one now, Joey. Mo says, morning, handsome and Sandi. Enjoying the enjoying the morning. Best soup ever is tatty soup.
Ooh,
tatty soup. It's like potato soup, yeah. Mo's from
Scottish,
Scotland.
isn't it?
Mo's been along to a couple. I teach every couple of years at Stirling University. The quilters there do a residential. Oh, it's an absolute hoot.
Oh, I bet it
What a
is.
fabulous bunch of people up there. We just have the best time.
I love Scotland.
I wish it was every year. Christine says, I'm making red pepper and tomato soup.
Oh, now that sounds
classy. Nice. And then a batch of vegetable or butternut squash, red pepper and soft cheese soup. All low fat, Weight Watchers, and gluten-free.
Send me the recipe. That sounds absolutely
Recipe? We need a flask.
Oh dear.
It's a taxi to bring it, Christine, please.
Are you close by? So again, I'm just ironing it very quickly, but you would really sort of smooth that out. Now this is when you'd put all your lace on it, which I've got here. So I won't put it all on because I think we're going to be running out of time otherwise, aren't we? But you would pin your lace all the way round.
Okay.
So if I just do this top
Sticking out.
Yes. So you've got a lovely sort of like little bias binding bit on the broderie anglais and on the other lace. So you can just pin it quite close and then you can sew it along those lines as well. So I'm just going to pin a little tiny bit because then I'll tell you how I put the top bits together. There we go. And then if we put this
Lovely.
side
So that
here,
would go all the way
that
around.
would go all the way around.
That is lovely, isn't it?
It's pretty, isn't it?
It is.
And again, you could sew it with a nice sort of metallic thread if you wanted to.
Do you know, I'm just thinking, I mean, you're wearing the most beautiful broderie anglais top. Yes. That is gorgeous. I was just thinking to make this apron just all in white.
Yes.
With the white broderie anglais.
Beautiful. Could we have a little bit of maybe silver thread on it?
No. No, you can't. Yes, you absolutely can because you're making it yourself. Yes. You can make anything you like.
And then I would embroider a silver snowflake on the pocket.
Oh no, that would be beautiful.
So
I'm
it was
there for
all
that.
white, silver snowflake on the pocket, and then there's this. Wouldn't that be lovely?
Yeah, no, I like that very much. Well, you could use a bit of silver cord and couch it.
Now then, we've got a long waistband. So I've done it so it is quite long. But again, it depends upon you. If you're a tiny little person, you can make it smaller. If you're a good sized person, you can make it a bit bigger. So it's entirely up to you.
I liked how you looked at me when you said if you're a good sized person. I'm kidding.
My darling. You just wanted another cuddle again.
I did. Need both arms to stretch around my good size.
I did bring your good
If you're a good sized person, make them extra long.
That's right, yes. If you had an extra sort of meat shot. So I've sewn it in the middle, but you could sort of, if you had 3 pieces, you could sew it at the either side. So and again, make it the same as you've made your ties. So it's a large piece folded over.
Oh, I see now why this is a raw edge.
Yep. So we get the
Clever,
middle,
clever,
and
clever.
we get the middle of. I'm just going to eyeball this one. So we've got the middle of here.
Oh,
and
Christine, you love. She says I'm going to email the recipes in.
Oh, thank you.
That's so kind. Thank you.
That'd be lovely. So obviously that would be sewn, so you wouldn't have a pin in there. But you're going to take this right up. So you don't sew the waistband yet. So you've not sewn any of it, just clipped it. So you've ironed it and clipped it. Open that bit up and then just pop this in there.
So you sort of insert the top of the
and then fold
apron.
that over. And then I would then just pin this along here.
And your lace is going inside and everything, isn't it?
So that's why you do the lace right up to the top.
What a neat finish. That's really clever.
But
Love that.
then we've got the top part, because we're not finished this yet.
Oh, of course.
So you can make the pinny just as a pinny like that if you want.
I like that. I like that.
Then you can put this on, and again you would line it up in the middle, make sure it's lined up with this bit here, the waistband, take it over, and that's neaten on each side. So I would then just pin this onto here and take the clips off the bottom here and so pin it up. So you have got a few layers, but it's not too thick. Your machine will get through that. There we go. So you've got one there. And then now you would then start off at the edge because you've neatened your edges. So before you folded it, you folded that bit in here by about 1/2 inch to neaten that edge up there. And then I would start there and sew all the way around and back again, so that holds all the skirt in and the top in as well.
This is my favourite now. Look, isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful, and it's so Christmassy.
It's lovely material, isn't it? It's so pretty.
It's like Mother Christmas, and it doesn't look at all cross, unlike the one on the pattern, which is definitely saying, what time do you call this? I've been making mince pies since I don't know when, and you roll in from the pub.
That's right.
Do you go to the pub on Christmas Day?
I used to work in a pub on Christmas Day.
I did, well, that sounds like a hoot.
Which is good, yes.
Yeah. No, I love it. I love it.
Everybody buy your drinks. So.
Well, exactly. Everyone tips.
Yes.
Really well. Yes.
And then the oven level, we've got 2 minutes to go over that. I'll just
to explain. Yeah, absolutely.
Quickly. So you cut out, when you cut out, it says on the pattern, cut out on folded material because you want 2 pieces.
Right and a left.
So you want a right and left. Then I've put on the Thermalam with 505 spray.
We've got Thermalam. We'll put the details on screen. We've got 505 as well. So Thermalam coming on first. This is the compressed fleece. So this is heat resistant.
I put on the
put
pattern,
it to the
yes,
yeah.
I said whatever you don't lift anything very hot out of the oven. It's more, it'll protect your hands if your plates are warm.
Yeah, warm
but
plates.
It's not, I mean, you can probably put double layer. I think you can buy stuff that will really sort of protect it better. But this won't. It's just more padded, and it'll just protect your hands if you're carrying the plates through or something like that. So put that on. Then I would put your applique on the front. Then with your lining, sew that round, obviously leave the bottom bit open. Then you can quilt this if you wanted as well. Then put the two together and sew round it. Then turn this the right way out. So it's sewn. This one is the wrong side out. So you'd put your hand in it and pop it into here.
Gotcha.
So that all the wrong sides are together around the side. Get a little loop of ribbon and just pop it in the side here. Then get some bias binding that you can make or buy whatever you want in, and then you can just add that onto the bottom here.
Bind to the bottom edge, beautiful.
And then so they could be run up in next to no time. And again, a lovely little present for somebody.
Yeah, really nice gift. And also, I love the way they look like mittens as well, don't they? It's just a lovely little Christmassy
oven
mitten.
mitt, that's right.
Absolutely gorgeous. What a lovely project.
Thank you.
I feel all Christmassy now.
I know, and it's only August, isn't it?
You know, you've got 2 months in France. But you are back next week.
I am.
Tell me when.
Saturday.
On Saturday, so a week yesterday. I should be watching from home.
Oh,
what are you doing?
I'm going to be doing a William Morris quilt.
Yeah.
And an inspiration panel. So there'll be sort of, I've not decided what inspiration I've got with it yet.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be things that I feel like making with it, what it sort of feels like making. So I've got a few things in mind. So that'll be good.
Watch this space
and
next
then
Saturday.
I think there'll be a pattern of mine on whilst I'm away as well.
Oh, fantastic.
So that'll be a nice Christmas cushion.
Ah, fab. Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I won't see you, but have a fabulous time in France.
Thank you so much. We'll see you in...
Du pain, du vin, du boursin. That's all you need to know. Right, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, last hour, quilts and kits and panels I know you'll love. Stick around.
Bye.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Oh, lovely Sandi Millichip Massocchi. I can't believe I'm not going to see her now until November, but she will be back next Saturday. I shall tune in and watch her. Now, this final hour, we've got kits and panels I know you'll love. We're going to start off, I'm a little bit biased, but we're going to start off with my borrow bag panel, which I've got right here. Well, this is the finished borrow bag, and borrow is a technique from Japan used to recycle old scraps, often old bits of kimono that had worn out. Squares and rectangles would be cut out, layered on top of a base fabric and then stitched by hand, straight lines, circles, you know, to basically attach all of those scraps of fabric together to a base. Now, what I've done is I've created a panel which mimics the look of borrow, so you don't have to do any of the patching. You cut it out, you layer it with in-R form. I've done some vertical lines of stitching, very, very easy with a walking foot. You've got an optional flap. I've added a little magnetic fastening, and you've also got, and you can either have fixed straps, or you can have a removable shoulder strap. I just loved the look of this new metalware. We've still got these, by the way. 1.5 inch aperture lobster clasps in rainbow, and also 1 inch D-rings. And then I've used a 1.5 inch aperture strap slider to make the shoulder strap adjustable. So a few little bits of metalware if you want. You get all of your lining. You also get the fabric to make a little matching purse, and that's all fully lined as well, and you get everything to do that. Instructions are printed on the panel, so you do not have to buy anything else. Just something like in-R form is perfect for this. You could do a softer bag if you use something like quilt weight quilt batting. If you were going to do that, I might put a bit of medium weight fusible interfacing onto the outer fabrics. But look, there's the front and the back of the bag. You've got your shoulder strap and lining down there. You've got your linings for your bag. It's a very simple to make bag. It's just a front and a back with boxed corners. You've got the flap here with lining. If you don't want to put the flap on, you don't have to. You could have it like this. So it was just almost like a sort of what we might call a bucket bag, you know, no fastening. Or you could put a zip in the top, that would work too. But it's a quick, easy, lovely afternoon's project, that. Again, full instructions, $19.99. Really quite limited on that. low double figures. Okay, low double figures. Just to remind you as well, metalware, you need a 1.5-inch aperture strap slider, 2 1-inch aperture D-rings, and I think really nice to put one of these buckles on. Now we've got them in black, we've got tan, we've got chocolate brown, we've got navy. Or if you want to try a pop of colour, why not pop the red one on? That would look luscious. All right, so that's the borrow. Now then, we've got the iced ring. I'm gonna have a look. Is it? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I think I have it. There we go. 6-7, yes. Right, this is. Oh, there's a party. There's a party. So this is for a cushion. This is the iced ring biscuit. So this is one side of the cushion. This is the other side. That's so much fun, isn't it? You've also got a gusset, which is going to go around the outside. So it's a deep cushion. You've also got, look, some extra coordinating fabric there. So that's great. You don't get any instructions with this. So it is literally just a case of cut this out, sew this around. You would stuff it and then stitch it up. You could, if you wanted to, just insert a zip. You might do like, you could do a vertical zip perhaps, where the two ends join, so that you can get a cushion pad in and out. I would say, I mean, I would want really to put a zip in this away, but then that would change the width. But that would be okay. That would be okay too. It's lovely, it's really flying. It's $14.99. What a fun thing to make. A big iced ring. I love it. I love it. Right, that's that. Now, what should we do next? Shall I grab, well, what's this one right here? Let's find this one. Summer quilt, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, so this, wow, this is a big one. I'm just going to go over here so you can see this. So this is a whole quilt printed on a panel, complete with a border. Look at that. For $25.99. So you're literally going to layer this, quilt this, and bind it, and you're done. Isn't that fab? With a lovely sort of summery bee theme. Love that. You know, how often have we been in a position where we're like, I need a quilt and I need it now. That would be an afternoon's work. That's fab. I can't believe the price, $25.99. It's absolutely superb. Right, moving on. This one ends 19, SD19. Now this is a brand new bag panel from me, and this is for my day bag in fall. So I'm going to show you the same bag in the Christmas colourway. So this bag has 2 big deep outer pockets, okay, and a gorgeous candy stripe main outer bag. So it's got, there we go, so it's got a pocket on either side. All right, so on your panel, look, here's the front and back of the bag. Okay, there's your front and back. Now then, you also get included your full instructions, and these are free. Your instructions are for free. So you get all your instructions, okay, and then you also get this pattern piece. Originally it was supposed to go on the panel, but there's so much on the panel there wasn't room for instructions. But I did not want you to have to pay for separate instructions. So you get that included for free. So what you'll do then is, using something like, I recommend calico, or you could also use a thin quilt batting. You cut out roughly, bigger than you need, those pocket pieces. And then look here, you've got this big panel of faux patchwork. So little patchwork blocks, little patchwork units. You've got some flying geese there. You've also got lots of different solid stripes. And the idea is that you cut out those strips of patchwork and those strips of plain fabric, and then you're then going to stitch them onto the batting. So you lay your first one down, you put your strip of plain against it, sew with a 1/4 inch seam, flip it back and press. Add your next strip of patchwork, stitch it down, flip it back and press. So you build up, so you can create a very unique looking bag. I've actually got, there's a Christmas stocking as well. And just to show you here, so I've had a little play around. This is using that autumn colourway. You can do them vertically, you can do them horizontally, you could even almost plait them as you sew them down. You can do all sorts. And then once that's all done, I've had great fun using the embroidery stitches on my sewing machine to embellish and to add decorative stitching and quilting to my bag pocket. So you can do as much or as little as you want to. Now, just to show you that actually if you don't want to do any of that piecing, you don't have to. This side of my stocking, I have literally just cut out of the panel, and you could, so there's no piecing at all. Now you can do that with your bag pocket as well, so you don't have to do any piecing if you don't want to, but it's fun. Anyway, once you've done that, you put your lining on, you add a binding, you get all of that included, you just add your own lining, and then you base that on top of the main bag. Now there are a couple of little darts to make which give the bag a gorgeous shape, really nice sort of rounded curve to the bottom. And then at the top, I've put 2 little handles. Now, these are your straps right here. But what I've done is I did a little hack, so you can just put them straight into the bag, and then you don't need any metalware. But if you want to extend it and add a bit of bling, I've used a couple of the other strips of patchwork to create some tabs. I've used 1 inch wide D-rings, or rectangular rings I should say, 4 of those, and we've got those on the web. We've had those out today, and then just sew them in. I've made a lining. I've just used this rather lovely spotty fabric out of my stash, and there's your bag all done. Yours will be in this gorgeous fall colourway, which is absolutely perfect for the end of summer into autumn. What do you think? Yeah? Good fun. Great fun to make actually, and a really, really nice opportunity if you want to use some of those decorative embroidery stitches on your machine. Thank you, Chris. Right, I'll just give you that as well. Thank you. Right, some more panels, what should we do? No, that one's mine. Let me grab this one because I like this. RG28. This is a hexagon. I love the colours in this. It's autumny. The natural history, forest creatures. This is 60 hexagons. Gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that. We've got bears, and you know me, I do love a bear. I do love a bear. Absolutely gorgeous. We've got foxes, we've got raccoons, we've got wolves, we've got all sorts. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love the colourway in this. I love the colourway. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, one thing I would do with this is just to layer it and quilt it, and then trim it down and bind the edges. So leave these diamonds in place, and there's your autumn table runner. Quick and easy. Right, we'll fly through the rest now. We've got, this is my pastel rainbow squares, CA90. So this is 40 5-inch squares all in pastel rainbow. Low double figures left on this one now. Lots and lots in baskets. So much you could do with that. I've got bright rainbow 2.5-inch strips. Now there are quilts that go with these panels, but you don't need that. You could easily layer and quilt that, make a beautiful beach quilt. You could also make that into a throw, just as it is. You've got 36 2.5-inch, I'm saying 36, 32, thank you, 32 strips, 2.5 inches wide. I've done half strips because I thought that would give you more variety. And they've all got a bit of a sort of distressed, kind of a bit steampunky look to them, but in bright rainbow. So that's that. Now then, let me grab, I'm going to give you that one, as those two as well. Done with, thanks Chris. Next one, a bit more natural history, I think. This is RZ94. So this is, oh, I love the colours. I love the colours. If you wanted to make a series of table runners for spring, summer, autumn, winter, we've already done autumn. This is definitely summer, isn't it? Oh, a bit of coral, that would be beautiful. Coral binding or an orange binding, beautiful. That is lovely. Teals and greens, chartreuse green, absolutely beautiful. Of course, you can cut those hexagons up if you want to, or like I say, I would just use it. You could create a runner, some placemats, just beautiful. Right, John Scott, GO86. Oh, this is lovely. This is really lovely. Wow. This is Travels in India feature panel. That's gorgeous. So you've got a stylized peacock, and then you've got some strips. Now I'm thinking I would make that up into a little wall quilt. I would maybe add some batiks. That would be lovely. Yeah, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Gorgeous colours too. Absolutely stunning. Nice bit of paisley down the side. Oh, I love paisley too. Gorgeous. Right, next up, I'm intrigued by this. XL34. These are massive fat quarters. Yeah, love those. Love those, yeah, yeah. So you've got 4 larger than normal fat quarters. These are my kind of colours. You've got that lovely kind of deep sage green. It's called Autumn Days. That's why I love it. You've got that sort of deep blue floral. You've got a mustard ditzy. And then you've also got this nice light floral with almost sort of stylised sunflowers on. So all 4 fat quarters for £19.99. Right, next up. Oh, mini hexagons. Oh, I haven't seen this. This is EZ60. There we go. Let me just, going to hand these to you. Thank you. Oh, this is cute. This is really cute. It's called Time for Tea, 60 coordinating 2.5-inch hexes. Oh, this is lovely. Now, what about making something like tea cosy and some like mini coasters and make a little tea set? That'd be cute. That would be cute. Or you could make a tea cosy and a cafetiere cosy as well. Beautiful. Love the colours too. Very nice. A great price too. Under a tenner. Love that. Love that. Yeah. Oh, this is intriguing. This is painterly. Oh, is this Vincent? This is a bit of Vincent. Oh, I'm just going to come and stand around here for a second. I want to show you how this looks. Look at that. So this is from the National Gallery, and this is like an official tie-in with the National Gallery. Isn't that cool? That's beautiful. Yeah, kind of goes. Oh, it's beautiful. So that's taken from one of Vincent van Gogh's paintings. Love that. Organic cotton as well. It's called Van Gogh's Chair, 1888. You could layer that, quilt that. It's fabulous. Oh. Now, next up, I've got OJ76. This is a panel. Is this for an apron? Yes, it is. So here, this is a Debbie Moore apron. Now you get full instructions printed on the panel. You get your base apron, which is a really cute pink stripe with little flowers. You get a label. You get your pocket and your pocket lining. And you also get your side ties and your neckties. How fab is that? All for £19.99. Now, I was here for the launch and they sold out within about a minute. It felt like that, certainly. And we've managed to get those back in. So those are great. Make a lovely gift, that. Now, I've got another version of the Time for Tea. The 2.5-inch hexagons, 60 of them. This is all in like China blues. That's gorgeous. If you've got any like willow pattern crockery at home or Cornish ware, this would go beautiful, wouldn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Really gorgeous. Love those. Again, £9.99. The Vincent panel, what would we do? What would we do? Someone's emailed a question. Well, I think it would make a really lovely wall quilt, wouldn't it? You could layer it, you could quilt it. Now, you could just quilt around the chair, around the border, keep it quite simple. Or you could create loads of texture, either by hand or machine, and then bind it. And that would just make a really beautiful piece of art for your wall. If you don't want to go to that extent, you could actually stretch it over either a ready-made artist's canvas, if you could find one the right size. If not, then you could, if you're a bit handy, use some narrow wooden batten and kind of staple it together to create a frame and then stretch it over. That would work. Right, next up, I've got DU15. So again, I'm thinking autumn. Yeah, so this is nice sort of modern take, well, a bit mid-century modern take on, isn't it? Yeah, there's a bit of an influence of maybe African wax prints, bit tumbling blocks, bit patchworky. Yeah, gorgeous. Love that. Right, now then, another panel from me. We had the pastel rainbow squares. I've got the pastel rainbow strips. I will show you those. So these same as before, 32 2.5-inch wide strips. Each one is 25, 26, 27 and a half, 27 and a half inches, because it's 55 inches wide, the panel, but you get half strips. So all these different lovely shades of pastel rainbow for £19.99. I showed you earlier on the Christmas stocking in the gorgeous kind of autumny colours, the woodland colours. And here we go. So I'll grab the stocking. Oh, you've got so you get a template printed on the panel. So you're not going to use that to sew onto. You use that as a template, and you're going to cut that out of either H640 quilt batting or calico. And then same principle. You're going to use the patchwork and the plain to piece in whatever way you want and fill that shape Do both sides. You can do different things on both sides, and then you're going to make it up into a stocking. You've also got toe and heel appliques. You've also got this really fun scalloped cuff to go around the top. You've even got some labels there, so you can add little labels to your stocking. So that's that. One more thing from me is CA94, which is the Christmas stocking. So that's these gorgeous greens, golds and bright pink. So there's your patchwork, there are your solids, and again you have got full instructions and your stocking template all printed, ready to go. Right, shall we do some quilt kits? Come on then, let's do that. Let's do that. Now, should we start with dusky ribbons? Because we did have a message earlier about the quilt that's been hanging behind me all day. And that is called Dusky Ribbons. Now, this is from Cave's latest book, Quilts by the Sea. And this is a kit. Now, before we look in the box, I just want to let you know that if you want to do this quilt, there's a couple of others as well from his brand new book. You do need to buy the book separately. That's on the website. It's called Quilts by the Sea. There are 2 different listings for it. One of them is crashed to $24.99. That is an unsigned copy. There is also one which is $29.99. That is a signed copy. So you decide which you would prefer. But you do need the book for the pattern. Right, so Dusky Ribbons is this beautiful quilt kit. It's a big quilt, 203 centimetres square. Let's just, and that price, $259.99, not staying there. We're crashing. We're crashing. You're going to save £40 today. It's £219.99. That's fantastic. This is gorgeous Cave. And this is from his brand new book. Now, the quilt that's hanging on the wall, if you went to Festival of Quilts, you would have seen that actual quilt, because that is the quilt from the book. Here we go. 80 inches square. Gorgeous. And here's all the fabric that you get inside. It's absolutely beautiful. You get loads of fabric. And as Cave goes, this is quite sort of plain and simple, isn't it? There's not too much wild pattern going on. You've got some lovely Aboriginal dots. You've got shot cottons. You've got polka dots. You've got Brandon's abstract spot there as well. It's a lovely palette, and actually when you see them all working together as well, it's just beautiful. There's some more of the shot cotton. So you get all of these kind of plummy, purple, green, jade. There's that beautiful woven stripe. That's for the binding. Beautiful shot cottons there. And then you also get this fabulous feature fabric. It's a really cool quilt, isn't it? You get that square right in the centre, that flower. Well, look, this is the piece of fabric that you get. And that is what you choose. You choose where to fussy cut that. How fab is that? So, nearly ends up wearing that. This actually is one of my all-time favourite Cave prints. It's called Embroidered Shawl, and I just think it's absolutely gorgeous. It's stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning, beautiful. As I say, you need the book, Quilts by the Sea by Cave Fassett. It's his brand new book, so make sure you put that into your shopping basket at the same time. You'll find that on the web. All right, so that's Dusky Ribbons. Thank you, Chris. Excellent. Now let's do Vintage Stars next. This is a beautiful quilt. Beautiful quilt. So here's the quilt. Now, $189.99 for this. 5 split pays. Oh, hello. Oh, £159.99. That's fab. That's a big quilt too. It is 175 centimetres in depth by 145 at £31.99. That's your split pay. Amazing. £31.99 to get one of Cave's brand new quilt kits home. Now, the pattern is in his book, Quilts by the Sea. So if you already bought that at Festival, or you've bought that in the last week or so, you've got the pattern already. If not, hop on the website, grab that book as well. And then inside the box, look, all those beautiful fabrics, all tucked away, all wrapped up and ready to go. Do you want to have a look? Let's have a look. They are fab. This one is very much my sort of colourway. What I always find really interesting about Cave's quilt kits is when you look at the fabrics on their own, I mean, they're always gorgeous. But I always look and think, well, there's just no way I would ever have picked all these fabrics. And yet I love, love, love the way the quilt looks. And that, I suppose, is the benefit of buying a kit, isn't it? Because you can achieve Kaif's vision, you can get his amazing way of using colour. You can do that. You don't have to pick the fabrics yourself. That bit, which is possibly the most difficult bit, is done for you. Amazing. You don't necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily pick these fabrics. I wouldn't. I'd pick lots of them, but I wouldn't think, oh, here's my pull for a quilt. Here are my colours. Here's my fabrics. But that's why Caif does what he does, isn't it? You know, and then look, here is, so that's all your piecing, and then here is your border fabric. How cool is that? Get loads of that. Don't forget, you do need to buy the book separately. Yes, Caif, the name Caif, I believe, so the story goes, when Caif was a little boy, he had read a book about a little Egyptian boy. I think it was a fiction story about a little Egyptian boy called Caif, and he decided that he wanted that to be his name. So Caif isn't his, given name, but he decided, I think as quite a young boy, that he wanted to be known as Caif. I do know what his real name is. We can't say. No, not a rubbish name at all, no. It's got a nice name. Do you know? Well, it's on the internet, so you can find out. His given name is Frank. Yeah, Frank. Yeah. There we go. Shall we do little jars? There we go, yeah. Little jars. We've actually got this quilt. I'll show it you in a sec. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. Just gorgeous. There it is. We'll grab this quilt and I'll show you. So it's an applique. It's an applique quilt. And let me show you. So a wonderful opportunity in much the same way that you might show off these vases on a shelf, on a decorative shelf. You've also got, look, here we go. There we go. This is a way of kind of showing off your fabrics in a very similar way. How fab is that? I am here still, don't worry. Isn't that gorgeous? So it's taller than me, so it's got to be at least 6 foot plus in height. Gorgeous, beautiful. And I love the way that Caif has got the same base and background and top to each of the jars. So that really then helps you focus in on the fabric that's been used for the jars. So everything else is unified. It's 81 inches by 57 inches. Perfect. And look at these luscious fabrics that you get inside. This is really colourful and bright. So you've got loads of different fabrics for the jars. And for me, they almost look like perfume jars. You get great split pays as well. 5 split pays to spread the cost. And each of those split pays, just £33.99. It's absolutely amazing, isn't it? There's your base fabric. There's your background fabric. There's the top of each block. You've got sashings. You've got border number 1. And then you've got border number 2. And you've got your binding there as well. But just what a joyful summery quilt that is. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, great. So Ben was just looking on the website and saw that the unsigned copy had not been crashed. So we're just going to crash that now. So if you've already bought the book today and you paid $29.99 for the unsigned copy, then don't worry, we're crashing the price on that one. So here's the signed copy, $29.99. There's no crash on that. $29.99 for a signed copy of Cave's new book, Quilts by the Sea. There's the book, and that's signed inside. However, if you want to go for the unsigned and save yourself £5, let's do it right now. Here we go. Let's take the price down, save £5, £24.99. Perfect, thank you. Right, can we do Lorna Doone? Let's do Lorna Doone. Now, I'm going to show you the kit, and then I'm going to go and show you the fabrics in the quilt itself, okay? We all love this quilt. It's just so different for Cave, isn't it? So big un, it's a big un. This is 70 by 90 inches. And it's pretty, it's soft, it's gentle, it's feminine, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Let's go over to the quilt and have a proper look. Okay. So let's have a bit of a look. So what you've got, it's a nice easy quilt to make this. It's not a difficult one. You've got feature squares. So these are cut out, they're fussy cut. You get loads of that fabric. Now on first inspection, you might think beautiful rose, a peony, maybe an oriental poppy. Look closer and you'll see that they're actually cabbages. Beautiful paintings of cabbages in yellows and pinks and whites. Okay, so you've got your feature square and then 2 short strips of the aqua polka dot and 2 long strips to frame that square. So that's block number 1 done. All right, so that's your block. The second part of the quilt are the sashings. So they run diagonally. They run diagonally and on both ways. So these are made very simply. I'll show you here. So you've got, look, you've got plain squares, number of plain squares. This one's fussy cut, but plain squares. And then you've got quarter square triangles. Again, simply made, and that's it. That's the whole quilt. So what you'll do is when you're putting this together in diagonal rows, you'll have block 3 of these together, square, hourglass, square, another frame block, same again, frame block, and so on. And then your sashing in between is just squares and hourglass units sewn together. That's the quilt top. You've got a border around the outside. This is beginner friendly. This is beginner friendly. So great one to go for. And the colours, I think, are absolutely beautiful, especially when we do tend to associate Cave Facet quilts with very bright, very intense, lots of reds and oranges and purples or deep blues and greens. This is very soft, pretty and feminine. Great price too. Remember, this quilt is 70 inches by 90 inches. So a double queen size, a queen size quilt for under £190. This pattern you'll find in the book, Quilts by the Sea. So grab your book as well. All right, that's that one. Now then, shall we do one more from Cave? Flower boxes. We don't have this quilt, but this is absolutely a bit of me. This is a bit of me. £249.99, Ben? No. No. Let's get it under 200. It's £199.99. £199.99. This is the fabric kit. You need to buy the book as well. Let's get the fabrics out. Now, really big quilt this. This is 236 centimetres square. £93 square. Great. So that's Queen to King, isn't it? Queen to King size. Oh gosh, there's some beautiful fabrics in here. Darker, deeper, bit moodier. Oof, look at this. Right, so we've got one of my favourites there. That's the embroidered shawl. Carpet cookies. Love that. Absolutely delicious. Wowzer. Wowzer. Look at these. So much deeper, richer. A lot of black in this. A lot of really deep, rich colour. A lot of pattern. And then look at this. This is your background fabric. So it's black, overprinted with magenta in Aboriginal dots. Yeah, that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And then for me, what really makes this is that sashing, this plaid sashing. Can you see? And here is that plaid. Now that is stunning. You see, for me, that's kind of a Christmas quilt. Do you know what I mean? I would make that for over the holidays because it's got the plaid, the tartan, you know, for Christmas. And then it's got those gorgeous kind of reds and greens. It's got elements of Christmas, but, you know, not Christmassy at all, really. But if I was making that, I would make that for Christmas. Gorgeous. Even the tissue paper inside matches, which I like. I like that. Now, should we take a leap away from Cave? Yes. Yes. Right, I'm going to pop this away, and then for a couple of minutes I just want to talk sewing machines, because we are, as you know, the home. Just saw your hands there, Chris. Nice manicure next time, please. Hi, Chris. We are the home of Elna Sewing Machines. We are the exclusive UK distributor and retailer of Elna Sewing Machines. And this week we've got some really, really amazing deals on the 550, the 560, and this one, the 570A. Now, I'm going to give you a little rundown on the machine. It's got 380 stitches, including a full alphabet. It's got 12 automatic one-step buttonholes. It's got an extension table. It's got a hard case. It's got 50 stitch combinations and a memory. You've got a maximum stitch width of 7mm and a maximum stitch length of 5mm. It has got 12 different buttonholes. Automatic thread cutter. It's got the little scissors on the front. You can use it with or without a foot pedal. It is a cracking machine. Automatic needle up, needle down. Speed controller. Reverse sewing. You can drop the feed dogs for free motion quilting, and all of the stitches are handy dandy little pullouts on the side of the machine. It's a brilliant bit of design. Here's the alphabet You've got full English alphabet and also European accented alphabet. Now, ordinarily, direct from Elna, their RRP is £769. £769. That is £120 more than our everyday price of £649. But this week, or until our stocks are gone, we are taking an extra £100 off our everyday price. Watch this crash. £549. And now that's £220 under the Elna RRP and another £100 under our everyday price. I mean, our everyday price is absolutely brilliant. And actually, if you paid £769 for this machine, you would be getting an amazing machine for your money. 380 stitches, 12 automatic one-step buttonholes. You can drop the feed dogs. You can do your free motion quilting. You've got an extension table, a hard case, a great manual. You get a blind hem foot. You get a satin stitch foot, your zigzag foot as well, your buttonhole foot. You get all of those included. Now, you don't get a darning foot or a walking foot with any of the 5 series. But you can get them easily enough. So I would use that saving in part to get yourself, I mean, the darning foot I think is about £20, the walking foot maybe 35, something like that, £40 for the walking foot. And that will probably be the only extra feet you ever need to buy. You even get actually an overcasting foot included with your machine, so you can do things like over edge stitching, neatening your seams. You've got all your utility stitches, straight stitches, stretch stitches, buttonholes. You've also got your decorative stitches, some heirloom stitches. You've got a full alphabet, 2 full alphabets in fact. It's just superb. Absolutely brilliant machine. And what an amazing price. £549. Now, to make that perhaps a little more achievable for you, we've got 5 split pays. 5 split pays. That means £109.80. £109.80. That's the split pay you pay today. Normally, if you're going to get an amazing deal on something, you have to come up with all the money right here, right now. But what we've done is said, you can have the deal. You can spend 5 months paying for the machine. One payment today is all you need to pay, £109.80. We'll send you the machine this week. You can get straight on, enjoy your machine, love your machine, make all your projects for autumn, winter, make your Christmas projects, start dressmaking. This could be a massive step up for you. If I compare this to, for example, 2 levels down from this machine, the 550, which we also have on a great deal, okay, the Elna 550 has 30 stitches, 3 automatic one-step buttonholes. I'm sorry, 50 stitches, I beg your pardon. The Elna 550 has got 50 stitches. It's got 3 automatic one-step buttonholes. It doesn't have an alphabet. It does have the extension table and the hard case. But if you go 2 levels up, and actually £60, £80, I think, more, for this one today, you get 380 stitches, 12 buttonholes, a full alphabet, extension table rather, hard case. It is an amazing, amazing machine. Have a look at the extension table. So that's great if you're doing things like large projects, quilts, curtains, larger dressmaking projects as well. You can do them all. Collector in Merseyside's messaged in. I know you have the 570A, don't you? It's completely brilliant. Would highly recommend this. I love mine. It's not had a bad sewing day in 2 years. You do also get, of course, a 2-year warranty with your Elna sewing machine as well. So real peace of mind that you're getting a quality machine from that great brand of Elna. Great support from us here at Sewing Street, but also great support direct from Elna as well. So if you have any questions, any issues, we're here for you. All right, leave that one with you. Now, shall we talk about mixed crosses? It's hanging right behind me. So this is, we've less than 20 of this quilt kit now. So this is William Morris, a beautiful, elegant, stylish quilt, isn't it? It's a good size, this one. It's 178 by 231. The price is not staying at £279.99. It is dropping to under £200. It's £199.99. That's naughty, Ben. That is a big drop. So lovely, easy quilt to make this. I'm going to talk you around it. So this block here is a large square, plain square of fabric. This is Strawberry Thief with short frame, long frame. Okay, that's one block finished. Now the one little bit that you'll need to just stop and think before you start cutting is that this square is cut on point to preserve the little birds, the direction of the birds. So it's very, very simply done. If you want to see a full tutorial on me making this quilt, I did it last month. It was actually the 11th of June. Oh, so a couple of months ago, 11th of June. So, so that's that block. And then your second block is up here. This is your double star. So if I was to take out that center star for a moment, this is just an easy sawtooth star, flying geese and squares in the corner. Now what would normally be a big square in the center has been replaced with a smaller version of the sawtooth star. The only reason why it looks a bit different is because the whole thing's been tilted on point. Okay, but you're making the block in exactly the same way as you normally would. Love the border fabric, love it's got a bit of strength in those stars that really make them pop, but the overall effect is just soft and gentle, isn't it? It's quiet, it's calm, and that would go absolutely beautifully in a nice, calm, restful bedroom. Especially if you're using a lot of like greys and taupes, soft ivories at home, if you have those colours in your bedroom, or maybe soft greens, soft blue, or a soft peach. Any of those colours would look absolutely beautiful. So if you've got those lovely soft neutrals in your home, this quilt's going to absolutely shine, isn't it? But it doesn't shout. It's just going to be beautifully elegant. Love that kit. You get everything in there, including the pattern. The pattern is included. No book to buy. Now I need to let you know that almost every one of these quilt kits that we have left is now spoken for, in the sense that they're in baskets. Now until they're checked out, they're not fully spoken for. It's a bit like an engagement that you can break off. Okay, but also until you put a ring on it, someone else can come along and say, you know what? I'd like this quilt kit, and away it goes. We could have 100 of these in baskets, but only have 10 of them in stock. It's not until they actually check out. So I know on some channels, you know, once it's in your basket, it's kind of safe for half an hour. Not at Sewing Street. It's yours once you check out. Right, this is my last day. So tomorrow it will be Bex Reed. Wonderful, wonderful. So let's have a look at the menu. All right, so at 8 o'clock, we've got the block of the month, flower shop. It's August and it's the sunflower, what? It's not sunflower bag making hardware. There's a little bit left of today's menu on there. It's the block of the month, flower shop, August, sunflower. Stop. Full stop. 9 o'clock, Charlie, into my office now. At 9 o'clock, the Christmas table makes with Nicola Pottinger. At 10 o'clock, Amber makes kits. At 11 o'clock, Nicola Pottinger is back with Christmas table makes. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Dewey Jumbo with Julie Crowther. That looks like a fun morning. I shall be at home, lolled on the sofa in a pair of PJs. I will have Mrs. Mills wedged into my side, where she will remain for the entire day. I should just point out Mrs. Mills is my 20-year-old cat. not a neighbour. And we will be watching Sewing Street in the morning. I hope you will be too. Thank you so much for all your lovely company over the last 5 days. It's been a joy. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Chris. His first day here on Sewing Street. What a triumph, and a difficult day with those naughty graphics, but we got there. I will see you in about 10 days. Until then,